Greetings, welcome, hi, hello, howdy, hey, how are you all? Welcome, hi there, welcome back. It is Saturday. I hope you guys are having a good weekend and are ready for the fun and excitement of Vault Hunters. Now, I don't want to, go too far here, but we didn't necessarily end Vault Hunters off on the best note, but the whole reason that I left it off yesterday, despite everyone's decision that I rage quit, was, I guess in a way, but it was more like I wasn't in a place to think through and be objective about everything, right? But shit changes, things change. They'll either figure it out or they won't. But the best we can do is just try and, move forward. So there were a couple things that we were noticing when we were in the vault. One is that our health is too high for our mana. We ran out of mana, so we need to pull back on that. And the other thing is that we need to, so isn't it Orbs of Regret that we can use to take back a skill? And how do we do that if we do? How do you regret something? Is the question that I have. So if I wanted to unlearn this, how would I do that? Do I ding that and then I go in and then I go here and then click there and then aha. Okay, so we need to pull back a little bit because the mana cost was too damn high, right? Why do the Orbs of Regret look like anuses? Because they signify that you made a shitty decision. I don't know. Nanivanti, also thank you for the 42 months. I'm happy to have you back. I hopefully life is doing well and that you are doing good. Appreciate you coming by. Any major life updates? I mean, that depends on how long you've been gone. I packed up and left Utah, so if you knew about that, then you're pretty well in on the secrets of the everything, right? So yeah, I listened to Pete kind of rail on this a little bit. And I think like I agree with kind of what I just agree with where Pete was. I think that he makes good points and everything kind of made sense on what he was saying of how this side was done really well, and then he didn't really he was with me. Basically, at the end of the day, for us players, our thoughts are either you have one cooldown or another, or else divide them into two different things. If mana is inherently a cooldown, and then adding a global cooldown, you have two cooldowns that are on top of each other. If you have something that you want to be limited, then you can do that, but that shouldn't be one of your like, why limit healing? Like, all you're gonna do with limiting healing is you're just going to push people back to heal pots, which is what we'll do. We'll equip heal pots and try and run those and see how we can do there. What's the point of healing if you can't heal well? At which point, then you take your points out, you're just going to use heal pots, and you stop doing that. You negate what you're going for there. On the other hand, there's stuff that they didn't like that are spammed, that it's like, we don't like that, like Taunt Fear. You only put 1 point into it, you get what you need out of it. If that's the case, then either A, put a big cooldown on something that people tend to traditionally use a single point on, and then have the points increasingly lower that cooldown, so it's like they can use it a lot if they want, or like Hunter, but they nerfed everything from every angle to a point where they just made everything in this menu bad. And right now, I am seeing a lot of pushback from, like I saw Iskall pushing back against Pete. And, I can't speak to anyone's mind, but I am firmly of the camp that I agree that it's like, pick one, like either at this point, all you've done is just basically push everybody away from these skills. And so, yeah, like there are solutions to, they only put 1 point into it and then they just get a quick, easy out. Well, fuck, then, if you want that to be a very situational, very limited thing, then put a big cooldown on that. But what does that apply? Why break dash so that in regular overworld, something that's been a fantastic, fun, usable thing to be able to use your Elytra and move around, which in other series, when we're playing other games, we talk about how we miss dash because it's so much harder to be mobile, and then you're like, you know what? Everybody likes that. Let's break it. Okay, I trust the process, as it were. But I don't agree with that. I think that the global cooldowns, particularly on the frequently used stuff like dash and heal, I don't think that makes any sense. It's almost like putting a cooldown on Vein Miner. Like you can only Vein Mine X per Y, and they'd be like, well, you put a couple points into Vein Miner, and then you just clear out a mine room way too fast, and that's overpowered. So we've slowed Vein Miner down, and it's like that is the wrong way to look at that, in my opinion. And they're going to do what they do, and that's fine. Like, again, I'm not the decision maker. They honestly, at this point, I would be very surprised if Iskall gave a shit what I thought at all. Which I don't blame him. I don't say that like, I don't say that bitterly. I just don't think that he has any interest in my input because my play style is so dramatically different from his that in the conversations and in the group chats and stuff like that, it's clear that not only do we see things differently, but he has a very difficult way of even comprehending the perspective of mine. And again, I don't say that negative to him, and he is doing the best that he can, and in no way am I trying to imply otherwise. It's just that there is, through the conversations, a very clear, distinct difference between the fundamental approach of what makes a game fun. And he's trying to balance to everybody, and that's impossible. So it makes sense that, my style and my ideas are going to be disregarded because they're not going to make sense there. And if that means that moving the game out from where it's really what fits me, then that I'm not going to be expecting to be like, whoa, guys, Zine's not having fun. Let's move it back. But again, I also need to be open to the fact that while change can be frustrating, change might not necessarily be the way I wanted to change. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's automatically bad. I think this is bad, but change in itself can happen, and things can get more difficult, and things that I like can be a little bit less entertaining, and that it is what it is. It doesn't mean that the whole thing's ruined. So that one of the other things, that there was a conversation today about someone who got a a scav roll where they rolled, they were in a solo scav. They had 4 or 5 items to pick, different items to pick up, but one of the items they had to pick up was 12 of the Omega out of some chests. 12 Omega items for their scav. And the complaint was made, like, this is pretty much not possible. Like, that it's not, and and it was kind of laughed off as, oh, that's just bad RNG, like, yeah, it got you. And my position was, if the RNG is proccing in a way that it makes the a completion literally impossible, then that's not bad RNG, that's bad RNG values. That means that your RNG variance is not accounting for factors of reality. And then the argument was made, well, not every scav is supposed to be achievable, which made no sense to me whatsoever, and I left the conversation. Like, at that point, it's like, like, no one was saying, hey, this should be easy, or every scav should be finished, but it should be possible. And I don't think that that's possible. I don't think anybody, like, again, I don't know what the percentages of a chance of an Omega in a given chest is. But it's like, to get 12, if it was a 10% chance, then in theory, on average, you would need to do 120 chests of that type in order to get those 12 items. If it's 5%, then you would need to do 240 chests of that type to get those items. I don't know what the percentages are. If it's 40%, then fuck it. Maybe it's doable. But I don't think that's borne out by what we have encountered in here, And so, again, it's I don't expect my thoughts or my input to have much bearing, because I fundamentally want to just enjoy it. I don't want to fight it, and that is a very different approach than what the design is approached as. I approach it as, how do we make it fun, and they approach it as, how do we make sure this is the right amount of challenging. And I think that those end up in very different places when you bore it out. 3% per chance for Omega. So I don't I don't want to do the math of 3% for 12, but so at any rate, I agree that I think that most every vault should be beatable. That doesn't mean that every vault's going to be beatable. You might miss you might miss the things. It might, like, I don't even mind with, like, oh, bad RNG, all the items were on the other side and you were on one side. I didn't love that, but I can accept it. I went the wrong way, just how it happened and how it generated. Shit happens. But this is more like, you need to go find enough monoliths, and there's not enough time for you to actually cover enough rooms for you to get the number of monoliths required. And going, RNG happens. Like, no, it's literally impossible. It's not that it didn't work out. It's literally impossible. So, at any rate, that was kind of my thoughts as I kind of look back on how everything was, and everyone gave it their best shot. And I didn't want it to be about throwing my toys and kicking the sandcastle and turning over and stamping away. I wanted it to be yesterday about, I'm not in the place to think through this rationally, and to I am just frustrated, and so everything that's different, everything that's challenging is just going to annoy me and not be something that I can learn to move with and react to. So I'm feeling much better today. Again, I'm not saying that I agree with the changes, and again, the whole balancing stuff, like, Pete has a lot of ideas and showed a lot of things, and they've been doing a ton of work with the backpacks. Like, there's so much good work that they're doing, and it just got completely overshadowed here. But the other problem here is, and I don't know this, and I can't say for certain, but my interpretation is that there was enough uproar and initial, like, fuck this kind of, and I was on board there, don't get me wrong, that it just put the decision makers into you don't get it, like just defensive, walled off. They and I see a lot of, like, oh, he gets they get so much shit in their channels and stuff like that, and I can't speak to that one way or the other. And certainly there is always a element of anytime you change anything or make anything slightly worse, someone's going to complain. And so it is really difficult for them to find a ground there. But that said, I think, at least in the abilities, I think they took away everything that makes sense and removed a lot of the enjoyment and fun that comes with being able to dash, that comes with healing too. Now it's just like, okay, well, I guess we can't use healing. Because it's like Pete said, not only is it that you have this long cooldown, but it's, in order to heal mine, which is now at, 4 or 5? I'm at 5. It costs me 26 mana. So, even if I had maximum CDR, so I was at 13 seconds, I would blow through my mana in 30 seconds. You already have a cooldown there, If you want a cooldown, then use it as a cooldown. But regardless, that's our thoughts. They will do what they do, and we will make the best of it that we can. Regardless, again, and I do always want to make sure and make everybody understand it. There are two things. One is that it's okay to have a conversation and express your doubts and to say, I'm not looking for this, or I'm not enjoying that, or I don't want to update, or whatever it is. You are okay to give your feedback. This is a in development mod pack, and your opinion is as valid as anybody else's, and you have a right to express it. So the whole, guys, shut up if you don't want to play, then don't play. Fuck off with that. That's obnoxious, and it's dismissive, and it's reductive, and it actually doesn't give any input of what could be made better. But it is also not helpful for you to be like, they're trying to kill their pack, they're doing what are they thinking? What a bunch of idiots, to attack them personally. Again, I strongly disagree with the changes, but I respect the developers in terms of the work that they're putting in, because they are definitely putting in tremendous amounts of work, and that, there's a hope that perhaps after some tweaking, it comes back to where we want it to be. That's how the beginning of the season was. The beginning of the season was brutal. It was rough. It wasn't that much fun, but we talked about it. We complained. We expressed our dissatisfaction. And they made changes, and it got to where it was a ton of fun. They've done another big change. It's moved in the difficult direction again. We have to assume and hope that it's going to correct itself, as said. But, getting upset if someone's doesn't appreciate the issues or doesn't appreciate the changes is not helpful, nor is it helpful to attack or sit there and tag Wootax or anyone else who happens to be in chat of, you guys need to fix, none of that is useful at all either. So remember, these are people that are working hard. They're doing their best. They're making the decisions the best that they can see in the time. We might not agree with them. We might want to give them more context or a different perspective, and we are allowed to express that, but we are not entitled to attack them in any sort of way, nor are we entitled to try and shut down and keep and play White Knight to them and try and shut down anybody else from having anything to say. Both sides. So, at any rate, are we connected? I mean, we are, but you might find that's not that useful. The numbers already feel a lot better, and we'll push the changes ASAP. I appreciate that, Wootax. And again, I know you were around when I kind of raged out yesterday, or as I like to say, not raged out, but, moved on. I hope that I didn't express that in an overly negative way. And I apologize if I did. I have a very, very different perspective and approach from Iskall, and that is known. That leads us to seeing things deceptively or significantly differently. But I have nothing but respect for what you guys are doing, and I'm sorry if my frustration in the moment prevented me from properly communicating that or encouraging any other defensiveness or problems and stuff. So thank you for what you're doing. And I did see, guys, they did update. They reverted the change on the puzzle room, with the Pickering, which I think everybody, or at least, the players all agree is the right thing. Again, it was an Omega room. It just, as Pete said, when he was in doing it without the Pickering, he's like, this just feels like I'm wasting time. It's a rare Omega room that's supposed to be a good thing to find, and yet it just became a time sink. And so having that there, really, like reverting that, I think is the right call and approach. So, and then there were, let's see, they also fixed the chromatic steel ore, which I know that Wu-Tang, Wu-Tax noticed and took note and got fixed while watching Kara and Pete do their vaults. And the new trap chest stuff was pretty cool to see. Anyway, yeah, they're doing their best, and it sounds like they got the cake faults fixed too. So you watch Pete and I for critical. I don't know if I give critical thinking. Like I'm emotional based, but in my opinion, and this is obviously my opinion and not correct, but I do feel like while I flare pretty hot pretty quickly, I also cool down on my own and can come back much more reasonable rather than being someone who just completely like winds himself up. You know how there's people that they spin it in their head over and over and over, and it just gets bigger and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until they've been fucking egregiously attacked by everybody in the world, and everything's like, I kind of like breathe, calm down, give me a minute, give some space, and then come back, and I can be better. So at any rate, let's try and figure out how we can make this work, though. So I improved my reach. I brought my healing down. And then we're going to basically, at least for now, it seems like health pots are going to become where we have to go. We don't have a ton of health pots, but we do have a few. So we can, and then we'll just have to try and keep their usage of them from being outrageous. Hi, Stans Gaming. How you doing? So we'll need to brew those up. I never used the splash pot meta, so I don't really care about that. Like, that never bothered me. Also, Dr. Whom, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. You're very diplomatic. Oh, sometimes not so much. Mr. Joe M, thank you for the follow. Stale Squash 96, thank you for the 13 months. Our Story, Asafi, and Cantex, thank you for the follows. But I did take a picture out of a page out of Pete's book. The raffles don't do anything for anybody. It's just chat spam. Like, if you guys really want to, then great. Like, I can turn it back on, but it's really not doing anything for anybody. So, I think that probably, like, I just turned that off, and yeah, I'm still connected so that, like, the arenas and stuff still work. I just don't think the raffle really gives us much. You know, it's like 18 billion entries to get a chance to be in the Gladiator. You know, like, it just didn't. I don't know. I know they're planning on reworking some stuff, but right now it just doesn't seem like the effort. You know. So I don't think the raffle's really worth it for you guys. Like, still, I want to be connected for, again, the arenas and stuff. That way, for resubs and gifted subs, you can see your names in places, and we can kind of play with it and have you be as part of it. But so, and I'm sorry I keep pulling at my like, I've got like some long beard hair that I apparently need to trim that's like poking at me. So I'm like, I can't stand when the beard hair pokes when I'm talking. Anyway. Desi with this. I like that. Desi with the 72 months. What does a perverted frog say? Rub it. I like it. I like it. So, that was the first, like, get me good laugh that I've gotten for a while from things. So, well done there. Save your channel points? Yeah, I think that makes sense. So, and then they also did, with new this patch, or the last patch, they did the advanced item restock, which apparently, let's see, restocks backpack from sneak right clicking. No, that's not the refill, the advanced refill, which I have a problem with Pete. Pete, let's throw down, because this is a perfectly reasonable recipe. Maybe it's a little cheap. Maybe it's a little. But Pete fucking crafted 2 black chromatic steel and several chromatic blocks in a pog, and then threw them out because he's like, this is worth that much. And I'm like, bruh, not all of us can afford that. But the refill does kind of cool things if we upgrade that. Because what it allows is for it allows for you to specify that something shall be restocked to a specific slot in addition to other things. Now, how to do that, I don't know. So any slot, hotbar slot. So this would be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I want this, then I can say always refill slot 8. Now, what I don't know is whether, my drinking a potion means that the glass bottle blocks it, or if they accounted for that. I suspect they accounted for that. It's throwdown time. Pete, for the love of God, man! I saw you craft all that. I was like, bro, don't give them ideas. I can't afford that. And it looks so good. I agree, it looks so good. All right, you got me, King. How you doing? So, Pikachu Cho, thank you the 16 months. I appreciate it. Bratak, thank you the 62 months. But I think I saw Pete. Actually drink a potion, and it did automatically refill. Now, this also brings up an interesting point of that means I got to figure out how to do potion brewing, and all of those bits and pieces. So. Yikes. But that's a future S problem. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and make one, and then maybe make like 3 more, and keep them as spares for when I die, so I don't ever have to pay the full amount. That's fine, right? On the other hand, like I joke that that's right, but really, let's look at the reality here. This is just me, the first time in this entire season, if not this entire series that I've done, where I was with the curve before things got harder and more expensive. How awesome is that? We finally made it. Actually, technically, I was on the front of the curve with the create stuff last season too. But this season for sure. So there's that. So also hide them. At any rate, we stand our daddy Pete here, and even if he gives them bad ideas. So I regretted one off of heal, so that would be a little bit less mana, and then I put that back into reach. I can't at this point. I don't. Oh, okay, I don't have enough to get even a reach 2, so I can't put more into it. We're basically maxed on speed, maxed on haste, maxed on reach, and Pete makes a good point where, as far as I'm aware, this is just a flat extra heart, and with mobs scaling, I don't know that this is as valuable as it's made out to be. So strength, I don't mind. We have Ghost Walk to try and stay alive. We have Dash, and we have Taunt Fear, and then we have Heal, and now we have Heal Pots. So with any luck, we'll be able to do a vault and survive and not die in a horrible, painful death, as is desired by others. I don't know, but it seems to be desired by others. So Pete, fortunately, and actually, let's be honest, there's a word where you see prophetically, maybe, where you kind of envision a need in the future, anticipatorily. Sent a second Wither skeleton so that I can make another afterlife. So which it turns out we need. So let's go ahead and do that and try again. Everything seems okay there, and we've got kiwis. We've got our health. Our health pots are set to refill to 8. We've got our blocks. We need to probably take more blocks than we had been, because of the changes in Dash means that we need to build a lot more than we were, and not just dash around. Again, I think making Dash less fun and interesting is not a good approach. But regardless of that, and where that ends up, we need to account for how things are, not how we wish them to be. So let's give ourselves some more unobtainium. And move forward there. Hi, Elena Hawk. How you doing? It's also very quiet. It's very quiet. Okay, not quite the unquiet I was expecting, but nonetheless, Sulicat, thank you for the 2 years.
Does he look like a bitch?
2 years. 2 years of looking forward to and enjoying your almost nightly. Goodness gracious, Sulicat, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Granderful, thank you for the 500 bits. You make a lot of sense with your take on the update. Keeping the fun and trying to balance are difficult. That is a heavy load for Iskall and the devs and all the work being put in. I appreciate the SMP members and the devs. Exactly, Renderful. Thank you for the 500 bits. Patuanti, thank you for the 500 bits as well. Viper Queen with the 18 months. Glorious and entertaining 18 months. There's many more, as I'm also happy I finally found Chromatic Iron after having to dig down there bedrock in 5 spots. As has been said, it seems to spawn along chunk borders, so that's the go-to. Angel G 2022, thank you for the follow. Pikachu Cho, thank you for those 16 months. Bratak, thank you for the 62. And Fatty Dippin, thank you for the 10 months. Dark QB, thank you for the 43 months. I appreciate the Barbies. But the Barbies. Dark QB, but the Burbies. There you go. I appreciate Barbies, too, when they've got big Burbies. Anyway, Wookie Tosser with the 16 months, the tier 3. Thank you, my favorite Wookie. Christine, thank you for the bits. Nightlight with the 17 months. I want some more with the 15 months. Finally able to sub again. Welcome back. Kai Star with the 53 months. It Trizit, and also with the Lowbro. Sticking with that Lowbro subscription, huh? Trizin Divide, thank you for the 13 months. And then Nanivanti, glad you're back with the 42 months as well. Ekis, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Dieter, Dadadow, Recursion, Professor Tesla, and Moomin 833, all from Ekis. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Don Ringer, thank you for 300 bits. Wait, are we trading with my shitty train that I tried to get a nice one and it just came out shitty? Need to move my hand. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Mental Ward with the gifted sub to Victor L. Congratulations. Thank you guys. All right. Couple extra blocks, maybe not that many, maybe just two stacks. And in we go. Okay. So now the question is, am I going to get locked in a vault again? Hi, Kilroy. Gotta celebrate the raise. Congratulations, man. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. And hey, you know what? I approve of this way of celebrating. Scav seal? I mean, I don't want to seal it. I just want to see what's going on. Tully with the 5 gifted subs. Nissa Timbers, Attagirl, Pure Hunter, Crazy Steve, and Jordan Keys. All from Tully. Tully, thank you. Hiya 15, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Tully. Thank you guys for the level 2. All right. All my shit's about to break. Let's go. Rotten. My food. Does cooked vault steak rot? Or how does rotten do? Vault power-ups. Okay. Wait. Is that kiwi? That might be kiwis. What the hell theme is this? What is this? Valentine's theme? We're heading south. Ow! I thought that was... It is a scav. All right, so we got Rip Pages, Drown Hide, Blood File, and Sack. So not great, but not impossible. Also, I need to get used to doing the better looting style again. Oh, this is chocolate. Okay. Ah! Let's see. Bit, and then hit. Well, that didn't work. Let's try this again without the shift. There we go. This is like Valentine themed. One of my hills. No, you're the worst. I hate you. My Meg, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. No! Ow! Get the fuck away from me! I hate you and everything that you stand for. I hate 800-mile-an-hour dwellers. I don't know haven't gotten this down yet, you know? I don't feel like I'm doing good yet, but we'll keep working at it. The whole idea is that I shouldn't have to evaluate what I'm picking up, but whether that's what plays out or not is different than the idea. Carrie, thank you for the gifted sub. It's gonna be hard to teach myself not to hold shift right there. Almost missed this. Jester, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Ooh. Whoop. Obviously, I've not gotten better at being quick. When I'm making love, I take my time. There's no need to hurry when I'm making up my mind. I guess it's when I fall in love, not when I'm making love. Those are two different things. Gorgeous, baby, gorgeous. Stupid sand and your stupid sandiness. Hello, everybody, coming over from Captain Sparkles. Welcome, hi, hello. My name is Zine. I'm happy to have you here tonight. We are out in the vaults once again, doing that thing that we do, hoping that we can get what we need and not die is generally my preferred go-to. What was the captain doing this evening? Let's see. Boop. Oh, yeah. I'm bad at this. Ah! You come with positive vibes? Rando drops? Oh, he's doing his, randomized stuff again. It has been almost 10 minutes since he's done a randomized, so that makes sense. I kid. Let's see, that way. Biggest bird nerd, thank you for the 21 months. Also, thank you guys for the level 3 hype train. Almost level 4, I appreciate it. You're all very kind. The point of this. Woo! Ah, don't touch me. Mina! Not the gumdrop buttons! Swing! Okay. There's all that. Damn it. Anything behind these? I don't think so. Ah! I was not prepared for him. I was unprepared. I felt it in my loins. Don't touch me. Ow! I'm gonna get a respawn. I don't want a respawn. All right, so we've definitely got our ripped pages, I believe. So now the question just becomes, what else do we need? We need Gilded for sacks. We need Drowned Hides and Blood Vials, so stacks, Living, and Gilded. So maybe time to start. Yeah, we have our 4 cracked. No sacked, nothing. We do have 1 Drowned Hide, so... We've got the makings of the beginning. Okay, we've already been up here. Did we go over there-ish? Hold, please. I'll be with you in a few minutes when Dash recharges. It'll only be a few minutes. If anybody needs to go grab a drink. Hi, Fire Lord. How you doing? There we go. Alright. Those are just regulars over there as well. So this is room 1, and we came from the north. I have soundboard? Not specifically. What are you wanting? I have many shenanigans I can do, but they're very specific shenanigans. Don't talk to me. Hope you can fly. All right, regular chest, regular chest. That was regular up there. Let's check down below. Okay, some livings. Cool. These things happen. I realize that comparatively I'm very disappointing. I get that, but sometimes, you know, raids happen, and then you end up in a different channel. You can always tell when that happens because you look at the channel URL and it says and refer equals raid. This is a good indication that you're here from a raid. How do you guys keep getting to me so fast? Fuck. You're in the water, then you're not in the water. Also, for the love of God, stop spawning. I'm not even near you. Hi, Rini! I like that I noticed Rini as she complains about me not noticing her. This is apropos, in my opinion. I've made a mistake! Okay, I don't know if I feel like that's perfectly reasonable to have fucking sand right there. Booby-trapped entrance or something. I don't know. Do I need ornates? I do. Please, give me your sacks. No sacks. Just wizard ones. A sack! That's weird. Okay. You know what? I'll take the sand over the freaking horrific, terrible, terrible Christmas vaults. Okay, that's regular. Look like there might be something down this other direction. Also, it sounds like there's a dungeon over there. Alright, this is just regular stuff. That dash might cost me because I'll need it. I guess I can get up over here. I think. I cannot see! Okay, so this is just a regular... Hey! And regular. Balls. We need coin piles and living and ornates. Nailed it. Exactly. This is a crystal room. This seems like a potential way to get myself killed. Ow! I hate 800-mile-an-hour dwellers! Spiders aren't much better, but they're a little better. Nothing can hurt me up here, right, guys? Right, guys? Oh, darn, they still haven't... Oh, that sucks. They still haven't updated these to be the good. The new textures. This is fight. Gotta go! Too close! Danger close! 800-mile-an-hour drawer! Bad spider! Don't do it. He'll rue the day. Weren't there some up? Yeah. Balls and tits. All right. All right. We only have 6 minutes, but we'll, that's where we came in, right? Player gem. Hard to resist a player gem. Ow, don't throw a brick at me. I'll throw a brick at you. Damn it, Gorgonite, you sultry temptress. Okay. The best part is that I can do what? I don't think we're making it on this scav either. Just bad RNG, I guess. Get out of there. Okay, bye. Hey, you twat! All right, you and you and you and you and you and all of you, and then get all of you, and then fuck off. Okay, that's just regulars, regulars. None up here. Okay, this is a route up. Day 47. Still waiting for cooldown. Woo! Don't touch me. Another brain. The Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. It's a special children's show. The thing that you know is the Pinky. Pinky is the brain, 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 brain. Well, he's not really the brain, but he's the actual. It's Pinky that's actually the genius. That's the spoiler. That's the Cliff Notes. Hey, I got my other living chest. Living chest girl. No, no one? Living dead girl? Rob Zombie? Anyone? No? Okay. Oh, fuck! I got 3 minutes and that's an echo. Fuck off, you little shits. Okay, got it. Good. Time to go. Gotta go. Never mind. Dash was on cooldown. Hello. Ooh, I bunny hopped that one. Two minutes, no fruitsies. It's all right, this is room 1. I think we can make it 2 rooms. Phantom Genesis, thank you for the 41 months. I appreciate. Ow. Super Fun Racers, thank you for the follow. Jake Kyle 2904 and 1 Cambu, thank you for the follow. Destiny 524 with the 6 months. Arini with those 21 months. What does this button do? It reenies. That girl Weeze, thank you for the follow. Biggest Bird Nerd 21 months. Not I hope tomorrow is 1,000 times better. Well, thank you. It's been an okay day. Someone Wing, thank you for the 13 months. Bomber with the follow. Peyton Keen with 100 bits. Ozzy Bot with the follow. We had Sparkles coming over with that raid. Jenna with the 100 bits. Grim Soul, thank you for the follow. Chester with the 300 bits. Siebert 1. And Zifero, 8121, thank you for the follows. Dertufel, 6686 with the 21 months. Carrie with the gifted sub to Shant, a.k.a. Delvian. My Meg with the 10 gifted subs. Going out to Jammin' Entertainment. Morgans, Scott Ha, Obi Fett. Charlie Wolfie, Cathian, Crazy Giraffe, 1117, Uwu Kia, I Am Stingray, and Jay Chaka, all from my Meg. Meg, thank you so much. Gatekeeper, thank you for the 21 months or 20 months, and Shopkeeper, Cat, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, I skimmed right over that, didn't I? I even remember what it says. I still know what it says. Skimmed right over the top of it. Look, we got that echo. I went back for it. I was like, no, no. My poor sword. My poor pickaxe. My poor boots. Also, guys, they added drag and drop to the memory settings in here, I believe. Yeah. Which is pretty big plays. I know we're missing earrings. I don't know if there were other ones that we're missing or not, but I know we were missing those. Clang. Huge feature. I know, right? Zarzith, 39 months of the tier 2. You beautiful person, you. Thank you. Is the music a touch loud? He says as I turn it up. The fuck is a blue scroll? So it turns out there's more scav items than what actually pops out. Interesting. 3 different eyes. Season 2? I don't remember those from Season 2. Maybe I do. Not really. Then again, I didn't pay much attention from Season 2. Season 2 and me and Scavs were like, nope, 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 nope. LLB! All right, so that one wasn't too bad. We had to go a little bit slower, but we just kind of did our thing, and I don't even think I had to pot. So I think lowering the amount so it took less mana, and then having that extra reach was useful. I miss haste. I should empty this first. Otherwise, what are we even doing? No! Stop pulling those. I wish I could lock these in place. I need a lock button for my upgrade so that I can swiggity swoogity without a biggity boogity, you know? You're glad you're not the only one that does that? Oi, get back there. I need to stop that. No touchy. We didn't have Dragon Breath. I think we did have Kismet. We didn't have the Dragon Breath. So that gives us 2 of the dragon or 3 now? Dutch! Just 2. Thank you for the raid, Dutch. I appreciate it. Dutchy poo, Dutchy poo. Trying to figure out automation with create is hard. Your brain hurts from it. I would go create if it wasn't so expensive. Icy Baby, thank you for the follow. Dutch, we had a good stream. It's good to see you. Hello? Hello, Mistress Dutcher. How you doing today? Have I been a good boy? What's up, Big J? Oh, good, Nether. Everyone enjoys a good Nether. Oh, with the piglins and the everything. Sad, that's actually a doable scav, too. Keep going. Mr. Pete, sir, will you get on and play with me sometime? Wasting time? I mean, gotta be honest, don't think we're gonna be in here that long. Healing is too difficult to, Oi! Where the fuck did you all come from? You know what I need is leech. It is not Afterlife, no. This is the real deal. I hate chains. Only after dark. Ow! Why they gotta hit like freight trains? Gotta go! They're so fast! I got a sack for y'all to admire. Assuming I survive. Might want to make sure to collect all the gold I can because gold's going to become, with the increased pot usage, gold's going to be a bigger deal. En garde! Sacre bleu! Invaders! Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Where the fuck did I come from? That way. So this way. I'm heading to the south. I'm coming from the north. Ooh, chicka chee, chicka chooka chooka cha, chicka choo, chicka chee, chicka chooka chooka cha. I should make music. Boo boo. No. Stay on the touchy say. There, I fixed it. Good. No, hey, good. Bad weather, no cookie. I heard a doggy. Don't like it. Ah! No touchy. Bad dog. No cookie. I feel like there should be extra pain in this one because this is such a pain to run. That's interesting that these didn't move. That's odd. Gotta go! I don't know what these sounds are, but I don't like them. The fuck? Never mind, I'm close. Keep going. Sacre bleu! Don't touch me. Oops, didn't even need to do that. Ah! He said with a masculine sort of sound. He screamed in only the most masculine of ways. Oh, you little shit! I hate you! 800-mile-an-hour dwellers! I hates them, my precious. All right, we're in a little bit of an ouchie. We don't have a cooldown for a while. Big masculine squeal. Dutch, thank you for gifted sub to Big J, 1187. Astrofeek and Sexy Zay. Sexy Zay. Thank you for the follows. I love that they get poisoned by their own poison parent. Swing! Why? I guess for the diamond? I guess one single diamond equals swing. No, no, you're the bad, you're the bad, you're the bad, you're the bad, you're bad, 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 bad. And your little dog too. Here, you can have that. I don't want it. This might get to you. Boop. I mean... We came from the north, right? They came from the north! Clearly, if that's where that was... Is this the portal? Let's figure out where we are. How many times can I say B? 3. Oh, that's why those aren't getting picked up, because they're at my feet. I see. Ah! Stubby little legs tearing after me. Gotta go! I hear a little monster. I see you back there, Creeper. Creeper be creepin'. I don't think there's much in here. Where the fuck did the Creeper go, though? Okay. How y'all doing? Everyone feeling good? Having a good day? Most dangerous one of you is the slime. Really? You guys all look good down there. Keep me posted on your progress. Apparently there was a slime down there. Nothing good about that spot. I was like, surely this spawner's gone off by now. There's most of the main level. And we got most of the bottom level. I don't think we've done much of the upper level. Whew. Didn't think I made it for a second. Doesn't look like there's any up here. There's this one. By the time I kill everything, I'll need to run. You know, as far as nether crystals go, I think this one was okay. Exanos! Thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate it. Verdanis, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate it as well. Nicholas SK, thank you for the follow. Richie W, 1981 with the follow. And Vyson HP, thank you for the follow. Mr. Cow Moo, thank you for the 15 months. Moo. Light her on fire. Thank you for the follow. Dating apps are interesting. I never particularly enjoyed the talking and meeting up, but I really liked looking through profiles and getting matches. I just didn't want to talk to him once I matched. Why? Learn to aim. So basically validation? Yeah, no, I mean, you know. I don't know if I was supposed to feel bad about that, but yeah, it's... I don't think I'm alone in enjoying validation. Don't think that makes me strange or weird. Did the update get rid of the candy vaults? I mean, we just had one that was kind of like a candy vault, but it wasn't. But I don't know whether or not the Christmas-themed vaults are gone. I haven't seen one. My poor sword. Another nether with wild. I'm not so sure on this one. Settle down, Jinxed. That's right? Yeah. Ah, fire! Honestly, Basalt, kind of useful. Not necessarily with this pickaxe, though. Maybe I should bring my other Silk Touch pickaxe with me into these things. What's my objective? Ah! 5 obbies. One kill. Poison! She's poison running through my veins. Poison. I love this for you guys. That's me. That's me again. The Nether has 10 unique ores. I don't know what those are or why or how. Yeet! Bad dog. Bad dog. No cookie. Fire! Fire! Ooh, healing touches. Came so far and healed so good. Poison! Sounds like there's a dungeon in there. You know what I'm really hoping to do is take on a big, full, massively spawned... Oh, God! Jorge! Ow. Jorge. That's 4.5 hearts, Jorge. Bad touch. Bad touch. Little shit skadoodle. Soft lemur, I see you. Question is there another spawner in there? Or is it just that one? All this for a basic?
Am I gonna die?
Aha, okay. Wait, hold up. Because all the things I said defending the devs go out the window when it comes to their changes on the them fixing the anvil bug. Bastards. That one was subtle. Ow. My toes is... The fuck? Pooty! God, you were on me harder than your mom last night. What the fuck? Troy, what up? Why are you all here? Where did you all come from? Oh, Wild. I forgot Wild. Fire! I love that for them. Troy is here. And we are all happy he is. But Troy brings the life. Seriously, he brings the life. He has like 40 kids at this point. We all toast Troy's virility, you know what I mean? I want to go down. Both ways lead down. How do I keep it up? Troy has the answers. Swing! Nailed it. A sword! I sword on my mutter! Ooh. Omega! I wasn't expecting it to be hollow. I was momentarily alarmed. Tier 2 dog! Don't like... fire! Fire! Hold up. Boop. That was moderately alarming. Hi, Jess. How you doing? Burn, baby, burn. Ow, he didn't burn. You were supposed to burn. You had strict instructions. Literally nothing can go wrong. There's no cause for alarm. Oh, hey, the spotter's still up. Random right click? Oh, random right click. Ow! Stupid wither. It's a me. Fire! This dog's been working for a while to get out. I came from that way, right? Yeah. That didn't sound like an ambush, but I don't see the spawner. So this is where it pops up unexpectedly, and I go ah, and then I get angry. Ashium. Iscalium. So we've seen Pete, we've seen Iskal, we've seen Sparkles, we've seen me, we've seen Ashium, and we've seen Stress. We haven't seen Bomb, we haven't seen Upaline. What else is there? Yeah, we've seen Stress. That's what I said. I was saying what ones we haven't seen, or trying to figure out which ones we haven't seen. Just the one? All these animals are mostly broken. 5 minutes.
Killing stuff to be accepted. Murder was the only way that everybody stayed in line.
There seems to be some drum over here. Wait. Well, how about them apples? 3.5 minutes? Diana, calm down. You pursue with such vigor. Perhaps it's time to bid adieu. Sweeping hit chance or chaining? Chaining every day, all day long. Chaining is way better than sweeping hit chance. CPK, I don't know that CPK has one.
Welcome to the club.
I don't know. I think they changed it to where it's basically pointless for the others to come do a vault with me now, if I recall. I don't know if they'll want to run vaults with me anymore. Hey, Glade, how you doing? It's not bad on its own. Greatly outmatched by this, but it's something. It's a nice prefix roll, but other than that, 11. Seem to be having a storage problem. Oh, I meant to get Cactus. I don't have... No, I did. Okay, good. I was like, wait, I thought I did, but... I did. All right, we get bread, we get sticks. 69, nice. We get the scaffold. What other things do we not care about that we get in basic chests? Torches. Why are they only 68 now, not 69? Nice. %, block ain't bad. There. Now we don't need to care about those anymore. Like the stacks in my inventory? Son of a bitch! No, not like those, like the other ones. I could do without your impertinence. Hey, lovely. Hey, lovely garlic. How you doing? And not a peep. Thank you for going to a full sub. I appreciate it. Espantol Ho 64, Crow Child 2, Walsey 1988, Wild Gay Unicorn, and Grillard. Thank you for the follows. Ooh. Ooh. Is that a Vault Axe? Nope, it looks very swordish to me. Trapped! Yay! Heading north.
I got a surprise for you.
I should figure out what my bounty is.
Zine, I just went over to your base, and you know what the first thing I heard was?
What's that?
A clang.
As is by design.
I wouldn't want to hear anything else. Oh wait, let me slash party.
There's nothing terribly interesting here. I mean, you're welcome, of course, but it's a 5-orb, just nonsense.
Well, 5 orbs is a potential artifact.
It's true.
Oh, and you got a village room. Have you looted this?
I haven't. I did see there wasn't a altar underneath. That's all I did.
Ah, okay.
Otherwise, I don't feel I don't feel like really searching all the rooms and stuff is typically worth it on those. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just has never felt like it.
No, just if you need living, it is. That's kind of it. Hey, Zane.
Hello? Hi? Oh, hi. How you doing? How's your day?
Not too bad. You like my egg yolk?
You have an egg yolk?
Yeah.
I think you're. Oh, is that your shield? You're facing away, so it looks like a flower from where I'm at. But
Oh, here. Yeah.
oh man,
It's an egg yolk.
yeah. You're not yoking around with that one.
No. It's an excellent shield as well, some
Yes,
would say.
yes. Some would, and we would punch them.
Yeah, idiots.
Idiots.
I'm gonna go east then. I'm gonna go look for hobbies.
Okay.
We're gonna kill a boss today.
I almost
What?
never complete kill bosses. Actually,
It's-
I've never killed a boss on my own.
Oh, okay, it's time.
I mean, I don't know if it's time. I'm just saying, I was musing. I wasn't complaining.
No, it's time.
Oh,
I'm gonna
dear.
go find the hobbies, and then you're gonna fight the last one.
Oh,
Or
dear.
the final one.
I'm going to die.
No, I'll be there, so if you get low, I could take over for you.
You'll be there for me.
No musicals.
It's my life is a musical. There's always a song in my head.
See, if I'm being honest with you, the one type of genre of movie I can't watch,
Is musical?
yeah, I hate them.
That's fine. They're not everybody's cup of tea. There's people like me, and then there's unrefined people like you. It's fine.
I'm very refined, I'll have you know.
Are you?
The most people would, you could ask your chat. Ask chat how would they describe me, and their first word would be refined.
Is it? That's surprising. But who's to argue with chat, you know? Certainly not I.
No, chat would say refined. No one has said it yet, but you haven't asked. You gotta ask.
I mean, why ask a question you know the answer to? This is actually a very big, important piece to user interface development, which I tried very hard to teach my employees.
Who's your employees? Let me
Well,
talk to them.
I don't have any employees anymore, but I used to.
What were their names?
Well, there was Dave, and there was Brian, and there was Adam, and I should probably remember more of their names off the top of my head. It's been a while.
You named the most basic.
Well, I had
male
the
names
most
I've ever
basic
heard.
male names it working for me.
There was Brian. There was Adam.
At one point, I had a girl who worked for me, but I don't remember her name.
Just one?
Yeah, I was. It's development, man. Like, there's not a lot to go around.
Man. What do you think about the web spools, Mr. Zine? Did you agree with me or no?
Oh, I agree with you. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at that. I said words. Many words were said, and opinions were expressed, and I like my whole point is kind of what you were saying, which is just like it doesn't feel good to have it literally be impossible. Like, the math doesn't work out. It just literally it's like. We're not saying don't make it or make it too easy, make it easy. We're saying, look, at 5% drop rate, how many chests are required? Like, that's insanity. It's just stupid. But
yeah, the thing that blew my mind was I legitimately thought it was just like a bug in the code for like 3 weeks now, 2 weeks,
well,
something like that.
I would argue it still is a bug in the code, but That's the difference between myself and others. Is I'm like, that's why I was like, this isn't a problem with RNG. It's a problem with the RNG values, as in the allowed values of what it can determine, and say, yeah, that's good. Let's have them do that.
Yeah, it weirds me out seeing like, oh, I need 5 pottery shards, but then someone else needs 12 spools. I'm like, no. And like we already have like a vault that feels impossible, which is the void ones. I don't think we need another one.
I mean,
have you gotten a void one yet?
Oh, I mean, not for long, but yes. You just turn around
exactly.
and walk. You just turn around and walk out of them. You don't even try. You're like, no, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually, like, I'm pretty sure Jordan just abandons nether ones too. Like, I wanted to stick around and give them a try. And I was able to do them. It wasn't easy, but, I was careful and kind of meticulous and was able to do it. But yeah, I felt like the pushback there was more like reflexive than thought out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that was the argument, because they've been getting he's been dealing with so much negativity from the talent changes, that he's just in like, yeah, no, fuck you mode right now. And that's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to disparage it all. Like, I totally get that, because it's got to be frustrating, but I don't agree with, oh, it's fine. We was just, like the whole, oh, not everyone's supposed to be doable. It's like, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be guaranteed, but I do think they should be possible.
Yeah. Like, void themes are possible, but just it's not worth the risk at that point. The spools are just impossible.
Yeah.
Like, that's
Yeah. Anyway, we're of the same mind.
Same mind. Okay. I wanted to get another opinion, because I was just sitting there like, am I the wrong person here? I'm confused. That's where I was at. Also, have you found any obbies yet?
No, of course not. Otherwise, I would have clicked them, don't you think?
That is true. We do see it on the bottom left. I kind of didn't process that.
I feel like you have all the information you need right here, bud.
I was thinking of it like a scab in my head, where it's like, oh, do you have this yet? And I was like, oh, wait, no, that's not how it works in these vaults.
I don't know. Like, I saw arguing going on with Pete about some of the more obvious, like, talent complaints of the changes there, and I was like, I got the impression.
I didn't see those.
Well, it was in Pete's stream last night, and it really, like, I just got the impression that it's like right now input is not being processed at a like full level. You know what I mean? Like, the ears are closed right now while current things are handled, and so
What were some of the complaints that Pete had with the like? I don't think I've had any complaints or noticed anything that I want to complain about yet.
Oh,
when it comes to the.
He and I mean, you know, like.
Hi, Pete.
He's much more eloquent, and I don't want to speak for him. But my thoughts, which I think are similar,
and attractive and very, you know, more suave. So like generally, what were we talking about?
Your suaveness.
I think I was speaking about you, but
No, I was speaking about you.
I was speaking about you.
Well,
Can't you both be speaking about me? What the hell?
no,
speaking about
we
you.
definitely wouldn't be speaking about you. No, that's.
Well, come on.
I'm speaking about him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like the basic gist of my complaint, and I think the shared complaint, is that having both a global cooldown and mana is just two different cooldowns, one by a different name, that are competing with each other, and especially with the values as high as they are on both, it's like it just makes it to where it gets a little silly. Particularly like the, you know, they're basically just pushing people back to potion meta instead of heal, which, I mean, if that's what you want, fine, but why have the talent if you're not going to want people to use them? And then the one that was just like kind of really boggling for me was just how hard they hit dash and made dash, like, you know, dash is one of those things that was, whenever we were in other series, we'd be like, oh man, I wish I had dash because it was great and being the mobility and everything. And it's like making that to where now it's like, oh, you can't do any of the things you like. You can't even elytra fly with it because of how long the cooldown is and stuff. Like that was just very surprising and I in my opinion, unnecessary. I feel like there's other solutions that could be investigated, and I'm not trying to discount the problems that they're trying to address. Like, you know, one of the things was the whole, you know, you only invest 1 point in certain skills and then don't bother with any others. But I don't think that the hand that they put on it to try and solve some of these was way too heavy. But it's like I told chat, I was like, you know, when the season started out with all the new stuff, it was all really pretty strong and pretty heavy and difficult. And, you know, they heard, they listened, they adjusted. So maybe we, you know, this is a new big update and change. Maybe we're just in that same evolution again. And you know, they did the stuff and now they're going to back it down slowly as they decide that it was what's working and what's not and what's too much. So anyway, I just, I really didn't like the cooldown changes and everything. Those were very bothersome to me. I came at it much fresher and in a much better mindset and like today, ready to try again and work on stuff. But like last night when I tried to run a vault and died because I couldn't heal, and so I was just like, this is not. Tonight is not the night for me to be evaluating anymore. Like and you know, like people were like, oh my god, he raged, and I was like, I mean, maybe if you want to call it that, but really it's just looking at it saying, I can't properly try and adapt right now while I'm in my head over these things. So I will come back to this later. And so came back today and feeling a lot better about, not necessarily happy with things, but like better about in terms of trying to handle it and figure it out and stuff.
Good.
So,
you took a nice little break.
Yeah, I literally, like yesterday, I ran one vault, died in it, and was like, I'm going to play a different game, and we'll come back to this later. And that was just it. It was just like, I need to not be in this right now. I'm not in the mindset to try and learn something new. So.
That's good. I streamed on Friday, and I felt myself getting dizzy from playing. I was like, okay, I need to stop. And then I took the day off. That's where I was
Dizzy from, like, vault running?
I don't know. I think I just was tired, and then also, yeah, I was like vault running. I did like my hunter thing, and I did like a full like look around the room, and just immediately like felt like my mind going like loop-de-loop, and I was like, no, this is cue for me to stop.
I think mental exhaustion, and not claiming that this is like the reason that you were dizzy. I'm sure there were other factors in it, but I think the mental exhaustion is a pretty big thing on what Zine was just talking about now, about like having multiple cooldowns. It just gets exhausting to handle and like think about in the vault. Like when I was running last night, I mean, I felt sluggish and slow because my gameplay style was, you know, brought down pretty heavily. Like I'm looting less chests, like I'm playing slower. But having to manage 2 different styles of cooldown, like 2 different inputs at once whenever I activate something is like, I was thinking about my cooldown for abilities all the 29 minutes I was running that vault, and it gets tiring. I'm like,
That's
I want to
fair.
focus on mobs that I'm killing and like the loot that I need to be worrying about. I don't want to have to worry that if I'm running into a room, how much mana do I have? If I activate one ability, am I going to be locked out for the next 5 minutes? It's like, it's just an exhausting thing. That's why I was pitching, like, because my idea on it was get rid of cooldown.
Yeah.
Like, just entirely. Like, we already have mana and mana regeneration, which is a cooldown in itself. So get rid of cooldowns on at least abilities that are one-time casts, like heal, dash, ghost walk, taunt, like those kinds of things. Get rid of heal, or get rid of, well, you could get rid of heal too. I'd probably be in line with how the updates have been going. Get rid of cooldown on them, and just keep cooldown for things that are like toggleable, like mana shield, rampage,
Yeah.
tank, that kind of stuff.
Agreed.
I like that.
Yeah, like, or I mean, and if they don't like the single point ones, like either have, like you said, have a really long cooldown that then the points are, if you either need to really think through, or have a or just make them, you know, like take out the extra levels, or kind of look at why people aren't going up to it and increase the mana cost so that it even just doing the one, it's still expensive. Like, you know, that make it a decision to use that. But the point for me is, why are you hitting the commodity ones, the ones that, you know, are utility, that it's because it's like you need to be able to heal in a vault. Either you're going to have the spell or you're going to have potions. Why have the spell if you're just going to gate it behind a 20-second freaking thing? Because that's so long, you know. But I don't disagree that you can either take the cooldown away and then, you know, wait mana costs, or just recognize, like, you know, if you don't want people to be able to run in and hunter one with indiscriminately, then put a long cooldown on that, you know, and then as they add points, if they want it to be more effective, then the cooldown times down. And I get that doesn't work with their idea of wanting to have cooldown reduction gear, but it's just like, I don't know that cooldown reduction gear is worth the, you know, adding that in is worth the pain that has been caused. Like, is having CDR gear be something to carry another set of really that valuable to everybody? But
I like the idea of CDR and mana regeneration just being removed as armor values, to be honest, like just modifiers. Because right now CDR is pointless, and I don't think that this patch was anything to help with that, really. And I think with good balance and abilities, you don't even need CDR reduction all too much. Like, just give them a value, give them a mana cost, and go on about it. But the other issue is that mana regeneration at the moment is required on armor. If you don't have it, your gameplay is worse, because your base mana regen isn't any better than when you started at level 0. You still have 0.75 mana regeneration, despite the fact that naturally as you level, your skills are going to increase in their learn.
yeah,
And they're going to cost more. So by playing the game identical to how you did before, you're able to run less abilities than you would previously. So unless you have mana regeneration, the game's going to feel worse as you progress on.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I was kind of surprised at the beginning of the season, whenever you would take like one of the abilities, the mana cost would go up or the cooldown would go up. I'm used to it going the opposite way. At least it was last season.
Like in season 2, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you just make things harder for yourself. You're never improving for yourself, but you know, but like I get the approach, kind of like I get the idea of just it's better so it costs more, and that's a decision. But it becomes that all you're doing, everything just always costs. There's never anything that's you know, you get to appreciate or enjoy. It's just how do you want to pay today, you know, and what method. And again, you know, this has been my refrain since the beginning of time, but I'm just like, sometimes I just want to run a vault and enjoy it. Like, I don't want to have to fight every inch of every way. You know, I mean, I'm not asking for it to be a cakewalk, but why does everything have to be a fight or give and take, and you gain here, but that means you give up there? Like, can't I ever just see something be better? But
No.
I think the concept of yeah, no. Also no.
Clearly,
knows by now.
clearly, yeah. I mean, I've learned this, but you were saying?
Is the concept of mana cost going up in an ability just bad? Like, thinking about it, really? Why should an ability, as it gets better and you put more research into it, which is an expense that you have to decide, okay, I want to go more into heal, which will prevent me from going into other talents and abilities. Why should it cost more, actually? Like, shouldn't the mana be identical and you should just be rewarded with a better ability because you decided to allocate into that specific one and not others? Why should it cost more and affect other abilities negatively as a result of it?
Well, that's kind of, I mean, that goes back to basically what I was saying of just everything has a cost. There's no, you know, and I get the design is really very much just there's no free lunch, but it also means that you're never really progressing in a sense. Like, you're just gear dependent to carry you through on everything, and if you can learn not to use those or to get by without those talents, then all the better, you know. It's kind of like Maya never having to go into refined storage last season, or like, you know, it didn't make my gameplay any better or more fun, but it certainly was cheaper and better that I just decided not to improve my quality of life, even though I had the option, because it would have just cost me a bunch, you know, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that's a direct parallel, but I get it. To me, it's just...
I think I get what you're saying.
They're disincentivizing progress is really what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
And quality of life. It's like, no, you will suffer. Part of me's like, is this the Catholic Church or what? Like, you know, we have to be sad about everything that moves forward, or what? Like, what's going on?
I like the Catholic Church.
You've got to suffer. You cannot be happy.
Also, we have 2 minutes left, Zine.
Oh, hey, I should pay attention to that. Thank you.
You guys are both in a vault together.
We are. You
And
can
we-
hop in for a minute if you want to.
Not for very long though, because there's.
sorting keybinds.
Oh, that's the worst part of everything, really.
That's
It
why I
really
like.
is just horrible.
Did you see my message in chat, H? By the way.
Which one?
Never mind then.
Oh, yes, in this chat. Yes, I saw it. I'm actually there looting the portal right now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for that.
I just ran over the top of you then.
I'm coming up in a moment.
Just remember, you can't dash very much now.
I do remember that, yes.
Wait, does Ghostwalk not speed you up anymore? Oh, I think I
No,
remember.
it
I think I
hasn't.
remember you saying that was a thing. Is that Ghostwalk doesn't have a speed up anymore? It's just
Yeah, the icon for it's a little misleading.
the invulnerability now. Isn't it locked? I don't think so. No, it's trapped. It's not locked.
Thank God it's not locked. I don't think you can get locked unless you do an after.
I got a locked monolith yesterday, and I was kind of like, wait, how does that work? Like, Wutax was like, no, we
I
thought
had
it.
the same reaction when I was streaming. I'm like, is this gonna work?
Wutax was like, no, I figured that, and so once you've got all the monoliths, then the exit works again. But it was just kind of like,
Confusing.
good luck, H.
Thank you. I'll be out in a second. I also spent like a solid 10 minutes looking for obelisks. Found, I think, one
Yeah, that's my experience in everything.
in everything.
What do you mean you're having a hard time finding obelisks without dash and hunter ability being better and all these other factors?
I don't know.
It's on you, pal.
I trust the process.
I trust the process too. I believe in almighty Wutax. Somewhat.
Wutax, white people.
Clang!
Wutax has been like at the forefront of everything, like in terms of like trying to help people understand, listening. Like he's been showing up, you know.
Yeah. He's always one of
Yeah,
the first
would-
people in my chat saying good morning every stream. He's ready for me to complain.
He tend he,
Wu-Tang's paired with like all of my patch update stream, and I'm like, you should be getting paid for this by me with how much I'm making you deal with right now.
Yeah, when I was watching your stream last night and you were making your points, what was amazing to me was just the pushback that you were getting. Like, I understand what you're saying, I don't agree, and I'm like, what? But it's right, like, I don't understand. It's right there in black and white, like, but
From who?
I'm trying not to say names, but who do you think?
Okay.
That's for you, Zine. Thank you for
Why-
running the vault with me.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Iskell and I were jostling back in my stream a little bit.
What
We
the-
had disagreements.
Yes. And I didn't understand, because I was like, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I see exactly what you're saying. The math just adds up. Oh, okay, never mind. We're arguing. And then I was like, I'm going to bed.
No, I talked with Iskell for a while over DMs last night, just kind of like taking that point of the conversation and rediscussing it when it wasn't like in a live setting. And I think that, yeah, he has an approach that is different than what I'm getting at, which is not surprising. Not in a negative way, but just that seems to be the case in a lot of it, where it's like, okay, you have your game design idea, and I'm trying to mesh into that. Understood. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I pitched the mana idea, or like the cooldown removal idea to him again, kind of gave him detail of how I think they could be beneficial. He gave me in detail, you know, like how cooldown's beneficial and distributing that between abilities or whatever. We didn't really reach a consensus, probably because he, I don't know, considering how late he was up,
Yeah, I
he probably
mean,
just
it
fell
was-
asleep at his
It
keyboard
was
after
like
a while.
6 a.m.,
but
6:30 a.m. his time after going all night, right?
I'm gonna give a pitch. He's probably not on the most amount of sleep in the last while, or maybe since Valhunter's release in season 1.
Well, and it's
But,
like I was telling H, I was like, you know, I think that he's gotten a lot of negative feedback, and it, you know, like at a certain point, he's human. You know, he's clearly human, and when you get all that back, like at some point, you're gonna shut down, and it's like it's gonna take a minute to kind of reboot and reset, and then to filter through the hyper negative, non-constructive to understand this is, you know, these might be suggestions and things that we don't agree with or would like to see changed, but it's not immediately a negative, like, you know, it's not intended as an attack, it's intended as a here's how we can shape this better, or in our opinion more better, you know what I mean, like here's what we would like to see as players more. So I don't blame him for that. Again, I want to be always very clear, like if I were in his shoes getting the feedback, I'd be like, you know, flip the table, fuck you, I'm out. Like, you know, he puts up with a lot of abuse. And so one of the things I talked about earlier today is just, you know, to kind of drive home with the people is like, first off, knock it off with the, if you don't like it, then don't play bullshit. Like, that's so reductive and obnoxious and dismissive. Like, people are allowed to have opinions and they're allowed to give feedback. But two, even if you have feedback, knock it off with the you're trying to ruin the pack, you're ruining things, I'm never going to, what are they, like, that's not helpful either. Like, here's things and here's why we don't appreciate
Preach, King.
Don't
What you're not
like,
saying.
like it does. There's both sides, and both of those extremes need to shut the fuck up and let's talk reasonably about. Here's where we're losing each other, or disconnecting, and then the final piece again is you can't make a game that everybody's going to love, and you can't make something that's perfect for everybody. And like, I'm probably at the far extreme of where Iskall is, of what he wants and what he enjoys versus what I want, what I enjoy. And so it's like, if he can keep me kind of happy, then he's doing a damn good job, because we are so far apart from each other in terms of what we want gameplay wise, that it's really impressive that it does have as wide of a appeal as it does. And yeah, updates are going to come out and they're going to change things, and we're going to be like, what the fuck, I hate the changes, walk away, and then we come back and we try them out and we figure it out and we figure out a new way and we work with it. But that doesn't inherently mean that all the changes are bad. You know, it doesn't mean that every nerf is horrible or a bad idea. The Pickering ones were, but they
very quickly reverted.
They reverted that one.
I saw that this morning.
Literally today, if people don't know, we had a jar update this morning of, hey, by the way, sorry about that. Sorry about the Pickerangs. Move on.
Well, it was exactly like you said in your vault. Like, yeah, because I scrubbed your vault or your VOD last night and kind of went through. But
You can scrub more than my bod.
DM me. So, by the way, speaking of DM me, we're trying to get your attention in the other chat, and you're not responding. But
I thought I responded. What the hell?
you got to
Okay, I
hit
got you, I
enter
got you.
after you type. But it's like you were saying, this is an Omega room. It's supposed to be something special, and it just feels like a waste of time. You know, like at the end of the day, I think that sums it up right there. You know.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of debating about getting my glue trinket and just hunting for a cube room just for the memes of it. So glue would finally be useful.
Just for the memes of it.
But now it's even. Have you seen the glue, Pete? Like, have you
I don't
ran
know.
around with it?
I don't even know what
Brazil?
glue
Oh,
is.
it's real fun.
Glue is a trinket, Zine, that'll allow you to climb walls. But if you try if you go to like a block that's like one higher than you, instead of like just sitting there and being able to jump, you will slowly climb it up. So it is the worst thing in the vault when you're just trying to run through. And if you climb the wall, you also can't just like hold still, so you can't like barely go above the mobs and swing at them. You'll just fall back right back down to them and then take damage.
Interesting.
It's trinket scrap.
I see.
So the glue has a use in the cube room. The cat has a use in the Wild West room. Okay, this is good.
It does. Oh, it does. I never.
This
thought
is good.
about that. Well, no, I don't think the glue has a spot in the cube room anymore because pickerangs were fixed. So
Simple solution, just revert the change. We already have a
Yeah,
issue,
we
no
have-
problem. Just bring a glue trinket into the vault with you, and then you don't need a picker.
Tina, thank you for 48 months.
exactly, we get it.
Surely that's not gonna, like
Hey,
help the
thank
fact
you,
that in the
100
last
bits.
8 rooms that I've gotten into, I've gotten a single Omega piece and haven't been able to do the last 8 as a result of it. No, totally sure that glue will help drop more Omega pieces. And
That's just RNG.
that loot table is very balanced.
I think I told.
That's just that's
like
just,
getting 12.
that's-
Yeah, just like getting 12 spider webbing spools and a scoundrel.
How do we go full circle? This is literally what started the conversation.
I'm trying to complete every vault. Stop it!
Stop trying to do the objective and want the objective to be doable. We just added God favors, which requires you to do the objective. Don't do the objective.
That part. Were you watching when I pointed that out? Because that part I did actually find kind of funny.
Wait, what happened?
Well, so originally, like the beginning of the season, when a lot of objectives just weren't possible really, and scavengers were extremely hard. I talked to this guy about it, and he was like, yeah, we only really ideally want you to be able to complete like 10% of the vaults. Like that's how the balance is. Vaults shouldn't be necessarily about completing the objective and that's it. It should be going in, getting geared, looting, and the objective's there if you can do it at some points. But that's not like the core objective of the vault. I think over time that 10% has gone up drastically because we're completing a ton more than that. But I found it interesting with that sentiment that there is now an objective in the game where completing the vault is how you progress in it.
At this point, why don't they just have a vault type of impossible?
It's the void vault.
It's just, or not like void vault, but just like a regular vault, but like just the vault type is endless, and there is no boss, there is no crate, there's not.
There's no
Listen, it's just rooms because that's basically what scavs are if they roll 12 fucking omegas.
This guy told me like mathematically it's possible, and I'm like, yeah, if I get super lucky mining 200 chests,
Yeah,
I could get the spools, but I still have more to get after that. It's not just that.
Yeah, I don't know what the chances are of an Omega piece dropping from a chest, but it's either 5% or lower. There's no reality where it's any higher than that. So yeah, I think you're right in that it would take 240 chests.
Yeah.
This new update, I'm not even looting more than 210 chests an entire run. And that's any type of chest. So I mean,
Anyway, so without this wanting to be a complete just bitch fest, I know that Wutex has said that they've really been working on some of the numbers and stuff after what we brought up. As I've said, I've been surprised by some of the pushback, but I also understand like being in that like shutdown, like fuck you, I'm tired of this mode. Oh, that's concrete powder. So I get that to an extent. Whether like it's hard being the front end of things, and having everyone complain on something you've worked so hard for. But part of it is, again, to remind really everyone, like one of the reasons we're invested is not because we're here to shit on things. It's because we're invested. We want it. We enjoy it. We like the game. We want it to. We want to do more of it. We want to play it. If we didn't care, then it'd just be like, and we'd load something else up. It's not apathy. It's investment in wanting to help drive forward. And also, there's some amount, and maybe I'm wrong here, but there's some amount of the point of having us be kind of alpha players is to get that outside perspective, to be running stuff and saying, okay, no, this did not improve. In fact, it was not the opposite of improving the fun. This is the less fun. And and getting that communicated and again, ideally in a healthy way, albeit as I'm the first to say, like, I get I flare up pretty quick, but I also like to think that I am capable of coming back later and saying, all right, I had that little episode. Things are better. Let's talk about it. Let's see where it's at.
Hey, Zine.
Yo, what's up?
Did you come over to my base and like finish the simple storage moving over?
I might have. And then I thought, can you just imagine if he was specifically trying not to do that and I just finished that and now he's going to be annoyed? And then I was like, nah, there's no way.
So there was something really funny. Once the morning after I streamed and I lost my Picarang. I didn't know where it was.
Uh-huh.
And I started noticing that I was also like missing Elytras, and I felt like I had a lot of other things that were missing. And I was just really confused on where it was. I was like, oh, I must have lost this, because I wasn't going to blame you, obviously. Even if it was your fault, I wasn't going to blame you. But I want to show you what I just found.
All your stuff?
Yes. Look at this.
And
I don't know if
where
this was
is it?
me or you. I don't know if this was me or you. Wait, are you at your base?
yeah, here I am.
I have no idea if it was me or you, but I found this that wasn't stacking in my thing. And it...
Hey, look, it's all those things you were looking for.
I found them.
You found it all.
Hey, my Picarang!
My Picarang.
You know, I was just sad that I was like, wait, am I never going to be able to dual wield a Picarang again? The most fun thing in this world? And then I found it again. Although, wait, where did it just go?
I threw it to you. Don't blame me from this point.
Wait, did you actually?
I did.
Wait.
It's in something that must have picked up because I threw it back down to you. You looked at it and you picked it up.
Okay, yeah, I'm just making sure I have my other one in there because I'm hoping that it didn't dupe on the one that I already had in there. We're fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was like, I wonder how he's going. I was like, oh, he's pretty close. And I was like, I think he probably just hasn't finished because it's a pain in the butt. So I was just like kind of swapping stuff over for a bit just to help out that final bit.
Thank you, Zine.
So
I go in spurts where I'm just like, oh, 20 minutes doing this hardcore. And then I'm like, ooh, video. And then I like, ooh, food. Ooh, Link's hungry. Ooh, Link's got to go for a walk. Ooh, I'm tired.
Well, I realized, I mean, this is pre-nerf, so I still had reach at that point. So I could reach yours just from the setting on the thing, so I was just able to, like, swing, swang really fast. So it only took me 2 or 3 minutes.
Did you swing swung a little
Yeah.
bit?
To do the little swing swang, if you will.
I knew you were a swing swanger.
You know what? I have no shame in my swing swangage.
Is that how you gather a bone meal?
Yeah. Why? You have a problem?
I can help you. do you need bone meal?
No, it's just I don't need seeds. So what else am I gonna do with them?
Throw them on the ground.
Oh, I know seeds come up in recipes. I have 1,000 already. I don't need to keep more than 1,000, I don't think. I mean, if they start asking for more than 1,000, then I'll increase the amount I have, but...
I wonder if that's gonna. Well, Wotax is here. I'm assuming that it's gonna go up eventually in prices, because last season it went up drastically.
They've definitely been increasing. It hasn't been, like, horrific. Honestly,
No, it's been
I hope
noticeable.
that it hasn't been... that it doesn't increase like last season, because, again, it becomes this, like... You know, now you're just spending umpteen amounts of setup and grinding for items to be able to do the vaults to play, you know? Like, that's not 100% feels good.
Yeah. Oh, you could get your bone meal from salmon too.
That's very limited. Like, you can, but it's not common. Have you seen my drawer setup? You'd love it.
Oh, I'll come over.
I mean, you
Hold
don't
on.
have to come over. It's fine.
I'm coming
but
over.
It's, I just, you know, I spent a lot of time figuring out how to integrate it in.
Is it underneath?
It's down the pit.
It's of course it is. Where else would it be?
Where else would it be?
Oh, whoa!
You all right there?
I just got lagged back. Yeet.
See? Isn't that beautiful?
Oh wow! Ow! Wow!
Isn't that just beautiful? I mean, I'll
Wait.
just keep bringing it out. It'll be great.
I gotta fix something for you. One second.
You gotta fix something for me?
Yeah, something needs fixing. So I'm gonna lag the server for a second. Pete?
Hmm?
You got some interesting noises going on.
You can hear those?
Yeah.
A
Oh,
little-
I was refilling my water in my kitchen.
Yeah, you're coming through a different mic, so it was like,
Pete?
Hold on. I'm not doing anything what you think I'm doing. Hold on a second.
No, you're good. You're good.
Pete! Going down, Zane.
Oh, man, I gotta do what I gotta do.
Yeah,
Why
no,
am I for this?
Sometimes you gotta let a little steam off.
Come on down. Come on.
It's hard to come down here now because the dash is so weak. It's hard to get back up.
There you go.
What? What did you do?
I gave you a stick.
Oh, thank you. So it was interesting. I pulled 69 out, and then I only made. I must have used one, but thank you. That's nice.
Yeah, that needed a fix.
That's pretty nice.
I feel like I'm in danger when I come down. Yeah, I had to black glitch.
Hang on, give me 20 seconds, and I'll try again.
Come on, Zine.
It's all right. I'll be with you in a minute.
Yeah. You should have gotten more cooldown reduction on your
I
armor.
really should get more. I did. This is my fault. Oh, anyway, this is what I've gotten better at parkour because of this. So you know.
Yeah. Cooldown reduction, get more skill points so you can take a higher dash. What do you have right now in dash?
Hey, okay.
Oh,
I have 5.
you took 5?
Yeah.
Wow. Took
And
more than me.
And I dropped heal from 6 to 5 because it was running my mana out so fast, and also I needed one more point to be able to get reach, which was more importante.
Agreed.
Oh, I used one to make more torches. That's where you got. Okay, I see.
Unacceptable.
Oh wait, my Pete picture got taken down though, and all of that.
Wait, what?
No,
Oh, the
now I
Pete
gotta go.
picture.
Now I gotta go back to my Pete picture. There we go. There, I fixed it.
Oh, Pepe?
Yeah.
I thought you
Pete-
said Pete.
What? Pete's who gives me my Pepes. Pete is my Pepe source.
So them combined is
See,
Pete.
there-
I'm the
there's-
source of all Pepe.
There's wide Peepo up here now too.
Oh, that makes me white people happy.
Yeah.
Are we running another vault, Mr. Zine? I can do one more.
I gotta make. Yeah, I just gotta put the crystal together. Let's see.
You need anything from me?
I
I'll
don't
go get you cod.
If you want to grab my cod piece, then that'll be fine.
I love a good Zine cod.
Piece?
No.
No.
When you kill a polar bear, do you like open up their stomach to have the raw cod come out?
I'm just gonna move on from that. I was like, yeah, no, thank you. Moving on.
That would kind of make sense, wouldn't it?
It really
Well,
would,
yeah, like,
in a macabre sort of way.
like how else would you get like a raw cod from a polar bear? It's got to be like you open up his stomach, or maybe he's about to eat it, and then right when it's like about to go down his throat, you kill him, and then he drops it. He chokes on it.
He chokes on it.
Yeah.
The polar bear digestive system takes 20 hours to digest the food.
Wait, did you just look that up?
Yeah, because I'm curious now. Like, what's the safety time that you have between a polar bear eating and killing it to actually get cod from it?
We figured.
Well, there's
So
a,
it's
there,
standard
I
time
feel
for a
like
human to
I feel like
digest
there's I feel like there's a difference between like total digestion and still recognizable. Do you want to come with us, Pete?
I might drop in like midway through.
No, come on in now.
I might drop in midway through.
I'm not gonna pressure you.
I'll pressure you.
Thank you.
Come in now. Well, I'll go in first, scene. You ready?
Yeah. Imagine getting relics.
Shut up.
Ew.
Oh, Pete, come on in.
What? How am I gonna help?
Pete. We need to find Obelisk. We need you.
No.
He's putting his foot down. He's putting his foot down. All right, I'll head north.
I'll head east.
You goddamn right you will.
Stop yelling at me.
Never.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Well,
I've never done anything wrong before in my life.
like I had seen all the things of, oh, you made torches, and I put together like, oh, I didn't need to make torches when I did.
Trap
But
sucks.
I didn't realize that's where my 69th stick had gone. What sucks?
Trapped.
Oh.
Did they fix it, this update? I don't think there was a patch note on it.
Was there a problem with it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure trapped meant that less chests would be trapped.
Oh yeah, that's been fixed. Last vault, I think that was fixed in the big one, not just today's one.
Oh, patch 5A.
Yeah,
The big one.
the big one. The last one we were in was trapped, and they got like 17%.
Oh, you little bastards. I hate you.
You need anything from Coinsine?
Huh? Did I get anything from cleansing?
No. Do you need anything from coins?
Oh, do I need anything from coins, Zine? Coins, but no, like I'm fine.
Okay.
I literally heard, do you need
cleansing,
anything from
coin
cleansing?
zine. Oh.
Is that what you actually said?
What?
I can't work in these conditions, Pete.
What? Trapped and chunky?
I'm trapped with you, Chunky.
All right.
All right, okay. Settle down there, big guy.
I put on some weight when I went to go visit my mom's place. Come on, leave me alone.
That's fine.
Chunky monkey, that funky monkey.
Global. You okay?
Yeah, I just got bricked off of a slight area.
God, I hate when that happens.
Sometimes, well, I'm not bricked up. I mean, that happens on occasion too, but
Continue. Continue, but you're bricking up.
nope.
Oh, there's an elite.
So bricked off would have to be the past tense of that, right?
Yep. So far, I've heard many instances of the trap going off, but no instances of the trap getting disarmed. I want to file a complaint.
Do you have trap disarm thing on?
I don't think so, so that's probably a big part of it.
Yeah. I don't think it can
Watching
be
your
if you don't
stream, I
have it.
think you just had a trap disarm go off as you said that.
But you were talking, complaining about it.
I don't know. I guess I don't know the difference between whether
Like, I think
is that
I
trap
think
disarm.
as you were saying, I've never had it happen. It happened like right in front of you.
I've never had it happen to where I've known that's what was happening.
That's a fair point.
Like, I know they said it makes it like an exhausted sound, but it seems like it should almost be like the, you know, they've got the leveling tinkling as a positive event happened precedent. So, you know, they could easily go kind of down that route. But this is definitely much more trapped than trapped used to be. This is like Jordan complaining levels of trapped. No,
Well, let's get
it's not that
Jordan here.
bad. I don't want to be hyper.
Well, Jordan just has to get one trap chest for
yeah,
him
well,
to
that's what
start
I'm saying. Like,
complaining.
I don't want to be hyperbolic here. It's not that bad, but I've certainly gotten a fair number of traps right here.
I have two. It does feel indeed trapped.
I do say this vault
good
does
sir.
appear to be, as they would say, trapped.
Yes.
Ooh, my bounty is kill wraiths. I forgot about that.
Mine
This
is
is a wraith vault.
Mine is wraiths. I hate wraiths. Mine is husks.
This is not for you then, sir. I'm sorry.
Few things rarely are.
One day, it will be for you. Currently, no.
You sound like all the girls I went to school with. This is not for you. Oh,
Come on.
but I want it.
I blame Wu-Tax for fixing Trapped and actually having something work.
God, the
Damn you, Wu-Tax.
500-mile-an-hour fucking dwellers. I hate them. I've expressed this in the past, though. This is not a new complaint. This is, in fact, an old complaint.
You're bringing it back up.
Just saying. They move a little fast.
Oh, I'm gonna do an XP altar.
Ooh,
Surely I hit that 5%.
the man knows how to have fun.
I'm out here having a blast.
Have been getting a lot of negative modifiers today, though. I don't know. Probably just placebo, but they've certainly been showing up more than typical.
I got a blessing.
Gesundheit.
I think Wu-Tax is rigging it so you don't have good luck today.
So you want to talk about Wu-Tax rigging it? Wu-Tax showed up in one of my arenas a couple days ago and won, like full arena. Everybody fighting down. Wu-Tax is over there. No one's attacking him. He's just over there stabbing people in the back. Ain't no thing. And I'm just like,
Might be a little code in there.
As I'm staring at my Wu-Tax statue at my base.
With this being said, Wu-Tax, has there been like any talks about maybe lowering the mob kill altar? I just went past one and it's like just not doable. It kind of feels bad.
That just sounds like bad RNG. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah.
No, you want to hear the best thing about the God update, though? If you want to level up Wendar, on average, you have to lose 1 hour of vault time to get a favor.
I don't think, since season 1, I don't think I've taken the Wendar altar once. I hate it so
3
much.
minutes is a little much.
It's way too much. 1 minute's still a lot, but it's like, okay, at least it's debatable.
Yeah, 1 minute I think is fine. But yeah. Rebalancing altar cost, Wendar's getting a buff for sure. My Wutex.
Good.
My hero.
Would there ever be like a possibility of like the mob altar, like having mob spawn around it, so it's actually like always doable? Or is that just lame?
You keep wanting the objectives to be a completable age, and I just don't understand.
It just sucks! Like running
You're only meant
past...
to be able to complete 10% of a donut altar's age.
I see things that are like, here, you want to go do this, and then I'm like, I can't do this.
Especially
it
when
sucks.
they're surrounded by the ambush spawners. That it's like, you know, you need to kill 8, and then it's like it spawns 6, and then blows
Yep.
glass out, and you're like, well, crap.
That's what just happened to me. There's like one like
Just
killed
some
12
trap chests
mobs.
around it.
If you wanted it, you would drag other ones to it. You've got to earn the favor. It's not just given out.
But it's up top. Like I have to dash to get to it.
Build.
It's just not
Bi-
doable.
Build them a ramp. If you complete it, they will attack.
If
Build
you
it.
build it, nodes would come.
That was a little what I was going for with the completed. They won't attack.
A little bit, yeah,
a little
close.
bit.
A little, that was for
little
bench
bit.
warmers, right?
Yeah, benchwarmers.
Damn it. I hate everything.
Well, it was bench warmers, Zine.
Nope.
No, it was.
Field of
I don't remember
Dreams. Field of Dreams. If you build it,
Yeah,
they will
but no,
come.
no, but it was from the nerds one was from bench warmers.
Well, I've never seen bench warmers, so I.
You've never seen bench warmers?
Did you want me to repeat it? I could repeat it if you want.
Yes, repeat it.
I'd
just
be
make
happy to
sure.
say the same words the second time with the hopes that you somehow understand it better that time.
Speak English this time.
No, I've never seen bench warmers.
Well, you should fix that. You should go watch it. It's a really good movie.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll take. What is it they say? I'll take that under advisement. Have you
Hey,
seen?
Pete, when are you coming in the vault?
Don't worry about it. Have you seen the new?
Thank you for speaking for me.
Sorry, was that bothersome? I was trying to like get him off your back, but I guess I was just speaking
Nope,
for
just
you.
unpaid labor, you know, like all good.
I just
Hey,
try.
shut the hell up.
I just tried to, yeah, basically, like, leave the guy alone, you know. But
Like annoy him. Let me annoy him.
but he can speak for himself. You're right. My bad. Anyway, I was gonna. Oh, have you guys seen the what I think of as the Valentine's theme? So they I don't know whether they took it out. I assume they did, but I haven't seen the holiday theme. But now there's a kind of a more pinkish one that's full of sand and stuff like that. Still uses the gummy bear mobs and everything like that.
Oh,
It's a-
Oh yeah, like the
Apparently,
the
a
candy theme, I think it is, right?
candy theme is what Wutex is like. Stop calling it Valentine. It's candy. So between gritted teeth, apparently it's a Valentine theme. Yeah. So kind of interesting. Not terrible. Much better than the holiday one with the lack of powdered snow and all that. And kind of miss Dowski's voice acting, but you know maybe it'll come. But yeah, has a a lot of sand, and a lot of the basic areas are made of sand. So I put up my block to indicate an entrance, and all the sand fell and covered up like literally the exit. I was like, shit! I had to sit there and dig out the sand. Like, oh crap!
Wait, that's like fun.
I was
It's
like,
like at any point you could just fall through the world and just end up in a new area.
here's my indicator block, and it was like, wait, I can't get out now. I'll say.
arrow.
That's my exit. Hey, I don't use arrows anymore, okay? Ah, 300 my own
Huh?
hours.
When did you stop using arrows?
I stopped using arrows, I don't know, about 2 weeks ago.
Why?
I made a new little system.
Oh,
Okay, sorry, my bad.
make the arrows.
Didn't you like the fact that I was able to tell you, hey, H, 5 rooms north is exactly where this thing that you might want is?
You could have just told me north.
Yeah, but instead I told you
I'm-
exactly where it is.
I didn't like count. That requires effort from me.
Okay, well.
But are you placing blocks down corresponding to how far you are from the vault?
Yes. I put up a block and then it's with each one is a further room, and so it's 4 blocks if I'm 4 up from 0, etc. And so that way I always know where I am and how deep I am, and if I die, then I can give a general idea of where I was.
Interesting.
Cool. I think you should bring back the arrow.
I'll make the arrow 1 longer each time.
Yeah, just the length of
Yes!
the arrow just longer for every room.
Just for you, H.
Thank you.
Chat, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. I had I was starting down the whole faster looting and everything that, you know, like that you're trying now, but man, with the talent changes now, I'm right back to sluggish, like takes forever for me to do anything. It's like all that's out the window.
I think we're all in the same boat for that. Which is
Oh, are you
balanced.
you're trying out the, like putting it in your inventory through just click dragging? And
Yeah.
then putting it into your backpack through insert?
Yeah, although habits die hard, and so I was never, or at least I felt like I was always fairly quick at being able to like identify and grab. But yeah, just the quick drop everything in, and then drop it all into the backpack, and then work from there. But then my backpack gets full, and I'm like, oh, I need better upgrades, but I can't afford better upgrades. So then I start filtering it mentally again, and it doesn't go anywhere. But the idea is
Yeah.
there.
I don't know how well it works without like big backpacks or at least backpacks, just because of the size problem that you have, like needing to open up multiple bags because everything doesn't fill at once.
God, I've been having size problems since, well, quite a while.
Sorry about that, King.
Yeah, it's all right.
There's things to help.
Most of those don't actually work.
Oh.
Believe me, I've tried. No. I just there's things to help. Thanks, H.
No problem.
He was there for me. All right, I need a dash. I'll be with you in 20 seconds.
I am hunting for obelisks.
I'm looking for rabbits. Of course, the system does depend on me remembering to put down the blocks, but yeah, it's worked fairly well. Simple enough. And honestly, it's not that like marking the number of rooms I'm in with the blocks is that useful. It's by doing it, it makes me remember. Like it, you know what I mean? Like I know typically where I am just by nature of doing it. Not that I look up and you know count my blocks. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I just found a trader room. First trade with black chromatic steel.
Shit do be expensive.
There's only 15 silver here.
God, there's so many trap chests in this trap vault.
How did this happen?
How could this be?
Makes sense. I hate it.
I liked it better when it was the other way.
I liked it better. When it would lie to me and tell me it's trapped, but it wasn't. There was only one trade in the trade room.
No. Well, I mean, Black Chromatic's still not a terrible trade if it's cheap.
Yeah. I wanted more. Ooh, second hobby.
Just a little greedy. Yeah, I wanted more.
Well, I bring money into the vault for a reason. I want to spend it.
I look up at chat and all I see is, I'm sure he's adequate. What are you talking about, chat? What are you discussing?
Totally not you.
This is Ak.
Then you are tolerable and adequate in only the best ways.
Thanks, I think. Thanks? Yeah, we'll go with thanks.
Yeah.
Why not? God damn it, trapped!
You see, you're getting low on health there.
Poison. And damage. And attacks.
Oh. He's here.
Don't get your hopes up, me and Chipotle. I just wanted to see your guys' HP.
How's Chipotle? No.
Kinda hidden.
Oh,
Kinda hidden.
Have you tried my breakfast method yet?
oh, balls.
I haven't yet. I mean to every time, and I forget to order a second bowl.
Bastard.
So you take a bowl, refrigerate it, and the next morning crack an egg on it, and
I take half of it. Half of it, crack a couple eggs on it, 2 of
Ow!
it, and then I have like 2 breakfasts. Like 1 for that morning and 1 for the next.
I wonder what it would be like if you got like a spare tortilla and made like a burrito out of it with like scrambled eggs in the morning.
Oh, not a bad idea. I haven't tried that yet. Try that.
I will try both.
Oh.
Okay, see?
Everything's fine. This is fine. I'll be over here if anyone needs me.
I was wondering where you would be.
So, how y'all doing?
Not too bad. I see you hiding. Dude.
I'm not hiding. I'm strategically recharging
Hiding.
certain
Strategically
cooldowns.
waiting for my cooldown to proc.
Yeah.
I'm playing the game as intended.
Fuck! I hear another ambush spotter going off somewhere. Oh god. Okay. Where's my exit? Asking for a friend.
I can't find any obbies. Okay, the nerf on Hunter is actually really sucks. I hate this. I have to go into a room, sit there, and wait 5 seconds for it to come back up. I just want to spam it and run through rooms hoping to find obbies. I found 3.
Sheesh. Things got a little involved there for a moment. Hey!
I
Ozzy?
Yes? Wait.
Hmm.
Oh, I found a mine room.
Omega?
I think there's only one. There's no like.
Isn't there a bad mine, or is that a dig site? Oh,
I think it's a crystal room. Oh yeah, dig site. Yeah,
dig
site is too.
that's right.
Where's the echo gem? I know you're here somewhere.
I was running through trying to do a scav and was in a crystal room and I looted a couple and was on my way out and I was like, oh wait, that's an echo gem, and managed to go and get it. So I picked up an echo today.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much you get from it?
I haven't. It's just in ore form.
You haven't rolled it yet?
No.
How? How do you be patient?
Pretty simple, actually. You just, you know, wait.
I will say, I've had absurd luck with Echo Ores recently.
Sounds
Like
terrible.
Yeah, it's been awful. I've gotten like my last 5. I've gotten 3 5s, 1 4, and a 3.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I'm like every time I'm like I think I'm gonna get 0 this time, and then it gives me another 5, and I'm like, all right, I guess I accept this.
I suppose I'll take it.
If you insist, game, Jesus,
Game Jesus.
game, Jesus.
2.5 minutes.
I'm gonna. You have some extra time. I'm gonna eat some lemons.
What?
Zine, I'm in the mine room,
Oh. Oh.
so you have a few more minutes if you wanna.
Do you want me to look for an Obi?
Sure. I'll come help you then.
I mean, if you're... Yeah, you work on your thing
With
and
what
let's see
health
if...
left?
Not true.
What?
You ain't gonna have much health left after those lemons.
Oh,
I'll
that's...
be
Oh, that's
fine.
right.
I'll be fine. Don't
He'll
worry
be
about
fine.
old age,
Don't
Mom.
worry. Man, that would be the epitome of awkward, though. Like, he eats the lemons, and then we get to the boss fight, and he dies, and I have to, like, figure out, like, do I kill the boss? Do I end? How much time do we have? Like, that would be an uncomfortable moment, I feel.
Nah. Never. If I die, it's just you. We both die.
What?
Have we figured out if you have a person's ghost in your head when you complete the objective, if it actually comes back to the overworld with you?
I don't know.
I also, from leaving that mine room, I then found an X marks the spot room that I just passed through, and then I found immediately another trader room.
Okay, so
Average.
Am I what am I trying to do? Am I leaving the vault? Am I looking for an obby? What should I be doing, H?
Let's leave.
There's
leave.
1 minute left. I don't. I'm uncomfortable, but I'm leaving.
Leave.
All right, I'm turning around. I've got my bright eyes and I'm turning around.
The vault's trapped anyway. The XMR won't be good. Copia.
Oh, true. I didn't even think about that. I just ignored it. I was closer to spawn than I thought. I'm almost here.
He's gonna leave, and I'm gonna be like, shit.
I still have my bitter lemons out. I won't leave until you're out.
You're fine. I've got some kiwis.
I'm at the exit room.
I didn't look, but I think that was room 2.
Room 2.
Yeah, this is room 1. So, and then we've got room 0, and then I'm there.
Zine, come on.
It's a very uncomfortable sound. They did a very good job of making that sound very uncomfortable.
You lag? There we go.
21 trapped out of 90 looted.
Oh wow. I got 12 trapped out of 66. You looted better than me. I'll never forgive you.
I mean, fair. I'll try and work through the pain. Don't worry. So you know how backpacks and stuff are really awesome and great and everything?
Yeah.
And they just keep making that mod better. I'm sure that the next update they come out with it, they'll have a little lock button to where you can lock the upgrades in place so you don't accidentally pull them out along with everything else.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I'm sure that'll happen.
Woo tax?
See, why are you staring at me like that?
I stare at you whenever possible.
I thought you couldn't get any closer. You kept getting closer. You look fabulous, darling. Fabulous.
Payment for the letting me join the vault.
Thanks for coming
There you
along,
go.
H.
There you go.
Appreciate ya.
I didn't get any armor free that time though.
That's okay. You're still pretty.
I know.
Oh yeah, have you leveled down like all the level 50 plus armor that you have?
No. Should I?
Oh, you could do that.
you not
now. I
planning
didn't
to?
think about that.
I don't know. Like if I need one of them, I will. You know what I mean? Like I think that it makes more sense to like wait until if something's breaking and I need a replacement, then maybe try for those as a replacement. But otherwise,
Yeah, just hold on to 'em.
I can hold on to them, and then it's like when maybe next time, then I don't need to level it down as far or whatever. That seems reasonable
Yeah,
to me.
fair enough. Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry if I'm making you disappointed.
Mm-mm.
I got a sparking jewel from the second trade room I found. I could be quick like Captain Sparkles in his Ford GT.
Okay. Why did you say it like that?
That would be funny.
GT.
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 I told I got Jordan to tell Iskel about why he's going to the UK or whatever for his car. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Nope.
He's gonna go get his butt fitted in the UK for his new car.
So like it molds better in a sport bucket kind of thing, like for comfort.
Yeah, that's what I took from that. But
I think so.
I mean, I feel like they should be able to just send him
Honestly, I'd do it too if I could.
they should just send him some, like plaster or something, and just be like, have a seat.
Well,
We
I'm
recommend.
Can you
optimistic.
imagine
We
mailing that
recom-
back to the UK though? Like that goes through customs.
we recommend.
Just a
No,
mold of your butt.
it's more like we recommend shaving before doing this, though.
I was kind of hoping that like,
Rip.
like you know how people get like moose antlers on their wall. Imagine
Go on.
having
Go on.
Jordan's molded ass on your wall.
I'm sure that there's someone in chat that's like, yeah, I'm imagining. Someone's
Literally me.
interested.
But how? I want that.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
good for him.
I need something on the wall in the back of my webcam. Why not Jordan's ass?
Twitch would allow it.
Well, you put shorts on it.
Woo, buddy. Oh, man.
Buddy.
Look at these rolls.
Nothing better than rolling a nice 3 armor.
Feeling good about this.
I think you should use those that helmet.
Yeah.
It's not gonna break anytime soon.
And that's really what's important. Ah, man. I've had a explorer ant crawling on me a minute ago. So moving to Texas has been interesting because one of the most tiring things about Texas is how, to them, everything is different in Texas. It's like, I've heard that the ice is different in Texas. I've heard that the lightning's the basic, the air is different, the humidity's like everything's different in Texas. And newsflash,
And the power grid.
newsflash, most of it not much different, But there's Texans seem to really want to feel like everything of theirs stands out apart from everybody else's. They call it independence. I call it inferiority complex, whichever way you want to look at it, right? But so when I was told, oh, the ants are different in Texas, I was like, dear God, ants are ants are ants. Yeah, no, the Texas ants are a bitch. Like, they fucking suck. Like, they are way worse in Texas than where I was from. So there's just always
Are
ants
they like
around.
the larger ones?
No,
Like the
they're
larger, like,
tiny.
fire
They're
ants?
but like they're tiny, but they're like infested everywhere. Like, I mean, I've had traps out and sprayed and stuff like that, but it's like I bought some glazed donuts and put it on the counter in my kitchen and came back to him 45 minutes later and had the ant trail from God knows where part of the wall all the way up the like across the floor, up the counter, and they were swarming the donuts. Like in 45 minutes, like
45 minutes?
seriously, it is obnoxious.
And there were no ants in your house prior to this being
Yeah,
a thing.
well,
like,
I
they
mean,
just-
I'm assuming they're somewhere, like, but they're in the ground. You know what I mean? Like, as soon as they always have foraging, you know, the explorer ants, which are what, like, I just found, you know, that just are always out wandering somewhere. But as soon as they find one, they zip back home, and then they've left their pheromone line, and brrr, here comes the army, right? So yeah, cleaning up crumbs, making sure you don't have anything laying out, like, is much more important here. But even still, I don't think glazed donuts on the counter for 45 minutes was that insane. But so yeah, but the point being is I just had one and I was like, you know, I mean, at the point that it happens, you just, okay, and you flick it off and it just, you know, what can you do, right? I'm not going to be able to find the colony while streaming or anything. So I just, bing, off you go and have a nice day. But then it's like the rest of the time you've got like the slight crawl to where like anything, your skin's kind of, you're like, is that what? No, is that? And it's really
Feels
just,
like an
it's
ant,
all
yeah.
psychosemantic, but you're just like, oh God, now they're everywhere. And they're really not. But it's just like, oh God.
Time for a wax treatment.
Yeah. But yeah, most everything isn't that much different in Texas. But the ads, yeah, they are genuinely much more obnoxious.
How long have you been living in Texas now?
Texas? Texas. I moved here in June, so just a little over 6 months. Just barely over 6 months.
How you liking it?
Well, for the moment, I'm in the middle of moving, kind of. So that's not. But I mean,
So you hated Texas that much that you're getting out immediately?
No, so I bought a house down here, but it was still being built, so I've been renting. And so my house is done, or my house finished in November, but then I immediately had contractors come in and start tearing down everything that had been built so that I could then redesign it to have my broadcast studio and everything like that. So that's all done now, and now I'm hauling stuff up and putting it and moving it in. So I'll be out of here by the end of the month, probably a little bit earlier. Right now I'm taking it very, very casually in terms of, like, basically I load up, I'm just grabbing like loose stuff that's not, you know, I don't need this in the next week, and just filling my car and taking a load up every single day. And then once that kind of peters out, then I'll get a box truck and just do just the furniture and whatever's in boxes. But that way I don't have to sit there and, like, I'm not doing a big everything into boxes, everything labeled, everything. You like, no, I'm just taking it up and putting it there, getting it out of here, and then just an easy box truck move. And I'll play Susie Homemaker with what's there when I'm there, you know, rather than making it a whole production.
You should make it a whole production.
I had to be a whole production when I moved down here because I came from Utah, and so that was the complete opposite, where I literally, it was like I had to have everything ready so that when I got the semi delivered on like Saturday, that it was ready for pickup by Monday, you know. And I'll have to, so it was like, and that's literally everything I own all into that semi ready to go. And so this has been much more relaxed and calm and everything.
Good. I think I'm going to be moving to Vegas, and I'm not looking forward to, like, I feel like I have to hire movers just because of the big furniture, and I can't be bothered to get all of it by myself.
Are you still in Chicago?
No, I'm in LA.
Oh, you went back to LA?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a terrible drive.
No, I'm just worried about how much it costs to get movers.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, though, is it's like, it's what, 5 hours from Vegas to LA, or is it 8?
It's 4.
Okay, fine. So that's not terrible. Like,
Wrong.
you can just do a one-way box truck and just do it. Like, that's reasonable.
What's a box truck mean? Does that mean like you
A
do it
large
yourself with a
U-Haul. A large U-Haul. Like it's a truck with that's ass as a box. You know, you fill it up. Like think of a U-Haul. Think of a Ryder truck. Like that's a box truck.
Okay, I'm also just worried about breaking my computer. Is always the big thing with me.
Well, you get to choose how to pack it.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's it's me. I don't know how to fuck the pack a computer. I'm not smart enough for that.
I guess if I'm not going to ask this as a question, but I'm going to make a statement. If you're not driving, doing the drive with anybody else, then you can just put it on the front seat, on the floor next to you as a case, and you'll be fine. If you really want, then put a blanket behind it so that it doesn't rock back and forth, and just stay still, and nothing will go wrong.
I hope so.
I've moved plenty of computers.
Plenty. How many times have you moved?
I mean, like total, or
Yeah.
that's a fairly large. Let's see. From my child, very, very, very child. You know, like from 0 to 5, from one place to my growing up, till I was in high school, to my condo, to my first house, then second house, third house, and then this would be my
How many
fourth
houses
house.
have you had?
So this is my fourth house, and this is my 7th move.
I think the next move that I do will be Arizona, Studio City. It'll be my 7th as well.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, we're tied. Look at us go.
Look at us go.
All right, I'm gonna head out for the night.
Good night.
I will talk to you boys later.
Hope
Bye,
you find your
chat.
dad.
Hi, boss.
No.
Okay, fine.
One of these days is gonna leave on a yes. And it's gonna throw all of us a curveball.
I've never. It'll never happen.
But one day it will.
Hey,
When we're least expecting it.
It's true. It's true. How have you been feeling today?
Pretty good. I slept until 4 p.m. So
It's a nice day.
day's been rather minimal, mostly filled with food and conversation. So been a pretty good day. How about yourself?
I definitely am doing better today than I was yesterday. I just I've been having a hard time just not being I'm trying to eat better, but at the same time I'm also being half coerced, half forced, half trying to eat healthier. And it's like those are kind of mutually exclusive, even though people are like, no, you're eat healthy is eating. But like I'm trying to eat more, but you can't do that if you're trying to eat healthy, because healthy is always like small little shit.
I'll give you a minute on this one.
Nick! No reason for the number. Fucking Nick, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. But I tried, I did the whole, I'm old, I should go to the doctor thing, and they were like, oh, by the way, your cholesterol's all borderline, and you should probably stop eating, the way you do. But I feel like my lack of eating has been contributing to my irritability, and so it's like I want to get more food in me, but at the same time I have to try and find different food than what I normally eat, and so anyway, eating's a pain in my ass.
So you're not trying to bulk, you're just trying to get level with your caloric intake, basically?
I don't know how to answer that to that. Like, I just know that I think the reason I'm irritable is because I'm not eating enough, so I'm trying to eat more. Yes. Like...
Okay, so you're trying to fix a deficit then,
yes.
basically.
Yeah, I tend...
What do you eat right now? Like, what's your main food source?
What am I doing right now, or what have I traditionally been doing?
Well, I mean, like, because you're saying that you want to eat more and, like, your cholesterol's bordering, so you need to change what you're eating now. So it's like, are you looking for just a complete dietary change than what you're doing at the moment?
Well,
like, just...
Typically, like, on average, what I would do is I go to Dutch Bros in the morning and grab myself a Golden Eagle Freeze, extra sweet. they're delicious. Oh, wonderful. And that has enough, which is something that I like, but probably doesn't help the whole thing. That has enough, like being coffee, it has enough appetite suppressant that then I don't really need to eat anything until about 5 or 6 p.m. And then I
Wait,
grab,
what time are you waking up?
I don't know, 9 or 10.
So you go like, so after a coffee, do you have any food alongside the coffee?
No.
So you don't usually eat sustenance until like 5 or 6 p.m.
Well, no, I mean, and then I'd Grubhub it. But the thing is I've also had been putting on a little bit of weight because, again, I'm old and whatever. And so I was like, hey, if I eat less, then that's not as big of a problem. So the coffee was just handling that nicely.
Until you went to the doctors and your doctor
I went to
said,
my doctor and my doctor was like, well, there's two different things. One, he's like, what? Oh, cholesterol's a problem. But it borderline. Okay, let's be clear, guys. It's like I'm at marginal, like, you maybe want to look at this, not like, oh, like they didn't prescribe.
still in safe range.
They didn't prescribe me
Ranging, but still in safe
yeah,
range.
they didn't prescribe me any statins or anything like that, but they're just like, okay, you should probably stop eating like you're still, 20 because you're, and I'm like, yeah, I know. But so that's
where the doctor would tell you to eat,
That's-
like the age that you are. That's
Yeah.
strange. I don't know why. They
Yeah.
didn't find a new doctor.
So the medical side is just, hey, but I think that the blood sugar being lower and lack of intake is where the irritability and stress and tension was coming from. So it's like part of it I'm trying to fix for me to be a better person. And as such, a better streamer and a better friend and a better person. And part of it is also to, like maybe throw passing acknowledgement that health is kind of important.
Poor streamers, don't say that kind of thing. That's, oh.
What did I do? Wait, what did I break? I'm sorry.
Talking about health being a good thing, like we're streamers. Come on, like
Yeah,
that's,
I know.
It's
Well,
not part of our contract,
one of the things that I've really had in mind lately is just that it's like I burned out, but a very specific type of burned out, and I'm trying to work around it. But it's like it's really hard as a streamer to fight burnout because there, as much as you can be reassured by chat, and the people who are going to type it in chat very much mean it. The reality is taking a significant amount of time off, meaning like multiple days, not even like by significant, I'm not talking like weeks or months. I'm talking about like 3 or 4 days or more. You have a noticeable impact in viewership, in numbers, and in stuff that you have to then reclaim and work to get back to. And it might.
So you wind up working harder on the days you come back.
You work harder on the days you come back. So then you are reluctant to leave, and you have more work when you come back. And it's a very difficult cycle to go about. One of the things that I'd been doing is, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been on Vault Hunters more. Last night notwithstanding. But one is just I have fun with you guys, but also like I had been really trying to say, like I've been playing a lot of Minecraft for a long time, and I don't dislike Minecraft, but I'd like other things to be in my life as well, other than Minecraft. I know this is weird for some people to think about, but this is just my own oddness. And so I'd been trying to play other things and have Minecraft be a part of the lineup, but not just headlining quite so much. And I realized that I was burned out on fighting that, if that makes sense. Like it's easier to just say, you know what, I'm gonna do more Minecraft and I'm gonna have it and it'll be, but that way things are less stressful in terms of, now I don't have to worry about like, oh, hey, I'm only doing X number a day instead of a Minecraft day where it'd be 3 times that, or you know what I mean? Like it was actually easier to stop trying to fight it and then to and to say, yeah, all right, I'll give up a little by just doing more Minecraft, even though I'm not necessarily excited about more Minecraft, but I'll be happier because now I'm not fighting, trying to push everything to not have it be more. Does that make sense at all?
No, yeah, I think we were in similar positions. You were definitely more of a variety streamer than me. I latch onto Minecraft much more heavily, but I still have those days where I'm like, man, I would really love to try out this other game, but it breeds anxiety. Like just thinking about the idea of branching out to a different game or trying to incorporate that into a schedule, whereas just playing your main game, Minecraft, it's like falling into comfort. Like it's a comfort bubble. You can just go live, do this, and you don't have to worry about anything, because like this is the most optimal for you right now. Like
Right.
straightforward, optimal. It's not even like a lack of effort, like you don't care enough. It's just that there is a giant stress with trying to like change up your schedule or branch out to these other things that are different from what just nets you the most return in that moment.
Right.
So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm 100% with you on the whole burnout thing of like fighting yourself and trying to do multiple games at once is just tiring, like really exhausting.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's it exactly. Is like, you know, that it's not necessarily that it's like, boy, I want to do Minecraft today, but it's easier to be like, this is what I know they like, this is what I know they show up for. So rather than trying to forge new paths and stuff, I'm just gonna walk the same path and do what I do. And again, it's not about, oh, I'm just phoning it in, but it is about how much energy do I have to really try and build all this other stuff. That said, again, I do believe that there is a value in the overall strength of your channel to encourage and grow and maintain that dynamic or that variety as much as possible, because, you know, you want people to be there for you, not just for the game you're playing. Minecraft has obviously proven to have more longevity than any other game, I think, basically in existence at this point. But I have known way too many streamers who they have their game, they do their game, they're very popular in their game, and then their game dies, and now they're, you know, just, well, you know, like they had their stream, they're starting over with their stream because the game that they were well known for and partnered on and all of that is long gone and no one's watching it. So, but
That's definitely happened to me in the past. I took quite a big burn when the whole Minecraft session started, I think around like 2016, 2017, where the interest kind of died off from it. There wasn't really a lot going on, and I was just kind of sat there like, okay, this is a middle point in my career where I got to figure out whether I can continue doing this or not. Thankfully, it came around, and I'm fucking blessed every day that it did, right?
Sure.
For like all of us as well. But yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. So you're trying to like, so you're saying that this like added stress or whatever also impacts those, like you wanting to take break days for like extended 3 or 4 days on top of also trying to change up games in your channel. Like it's just a giant burnout and everything combined, or
kind of. I mean, really, I think it's, oh my god, chat, I'm gonna commit a cardinal sin, but I'll fix it later. But for the love of God, oh, there's another one. Sorry, I was like, it didn't go away. Trolled by my own base.
even God himself needs a break.
I'm just like trying to have that clang. All right, I get it.
He's human. Holy fuck! I never thought this day would come.
I lasted a lot longer than the rest of you fuckers, so get off my case. No, but well, I they tie together because again, it's like it's all stress about your job, right? Like, if I'm in the middle, it's a lot easier to go, okay, I'm gonna take a break and take a few days off. If I'm, you know, performing at maybe not necessarily peak or maximum or whatever, but performing well and feeling good about the state of the stream and everything because I've been doing Minecraft, because people have been showing up, because, you know, it's been good notification nights and everything like that, versus trying to put in that effort to fight against that grain and break out of that mold, and then also be like, and I'm burned out in general, just because, you know, regardless of what you're doing, sometimes you need a freaking break. And now you're looking at it like, do I need to take a break? But also my numbers are already tanked, you know, like I've already dropped. I mean, and again, numbers are difficult, and it's like it's everyone's all over different places, but it's on average, I've, you know, land about 500 concurrent on a average day, maybe you know, 400 it's probably a little bit more likely, but that's, you know, around my range, and it's you know, where I live, and I try and build it, and it doesn't build, and I just try and maintain it, you know, do the best that I can. But
which,
you know,
maintaining on this platform honestly is a form of success in itself. I don't think you can sell that short, really. Like keeping a steady viewership, whether it be higher than what you're used to or lower, like keeping that maintaining is success in its own way.
yeah, Well, I mean, that I don't disagree there either, but you know, like as I was going through doing all these different games and trying these different stuff, and I'm playing with different people, and it's great and all, except now I'm sitting at 230, 220, and I'm looking at my here's your results for the day, and I'm at like 33% of my normal daily, what I'm my target, my daily goal target kind of thing. And I'm looking at my monthly analytics, and it's like, okay, guys, I'm at 40% of last month so far, this far in, and it's like I don't want to make it ever come across as like my chat's problem. Like, it's not their issue. It's like it's up to me to encourage and create and all that. Like, that's on me. But I also don't like try and hide from them. Like, this is rough right now, and and how do you take a vacation in the middle of that when you recognize part of the reason the numbers are depressed is because I'm not showing up as my 100% because I haven't had a vacation. You know what I mean? Like, it's all these things that just line up against you. So it's always an interesting job because it's like I'm incredibly blessed and privileged, and I'm sure you feel the same way, that it's like I am lucky as hell to be able to do what I do, and to have the friends that I've met and the people that are here supporting and caring and everything like that. But it is also an extremely mentally taxing job in terms of you get a report card day in and day out of whether people liked you that day, whether people thought what you were doing was valid and valuable, and and that is like one of the things that I've done is, despite all of what I've just said of how I've been watching it because I've been stressed about it, but in general, I have turned off all of my, I can't see my CCV. If I want to see my CCV, I have to go and actually load up my stream in a different channel or a different tab so that I can actually look it up, because there's nothing to be gained by looking at that number for me.
I've had my viewership hidden for like 3 years now. It was the best decision I could make.
It's only sadness. There's, you're not like, oh, hey, that number's great, and you suddenly perform better. But you can that doesn't happen. But you can certainly look at that and go, oh shit, and now you're like in a funk trying to figure out, how do I make this entertaining when everything in your head is going, I'm a failure, I'm a failure, I'm a failure.
Well, it can go to extremes too. Like, I found myself when I had my concurrent viewership visible to me, I wouldn't even get up and go to the bathroom. Like, I wouldn't even take breaks in the middle of a stream, because when I would come back, I'd lose like 10% of my audience or 8% or whatever. And it's like, I was just gone for a minute or two and this thing dipped off this quickly, Like, I'm like, I don't want to see this. I recently, I think it was like a couple months ago, I blocked Streamlabs on email because they would send those reports.
Yeah, they send
or like the stream summary or whatever.
Here's how you did. I have mine.
But in the subject line of the email, whenever it would say, "Great job, keep it up,"
keep it up, keep grinding,
well, I
or
fucking suck today.
yeah. Great stream, keep working. You're like, okay.
So the viewers that don't know, Streamlabs will send you an email at the end of a stream, and their tagline for the subject line is usually something like 15% increase peak chatters, or like 10% increase bits, or 80% more subs than usual.
And every
but
now
if
and then,
nothing was better than the last day, it'll say, "Great grind, keep it up." And I'm like, well, my night's fucking ruined.
It's so true. The games that you have to play with yourself mentally on this, again, it's a privilege, but it is work. And anyone who thinks that it's playing games to get, you're getting paid to play games, is just like, you're not paying attention to anyone who's doing it, because it's rough. Like, honestly, if I didn't have my background and in my corporate life, and be at least established as much as I am already in terms of knowing who I am and being somewhat comfortable with who I am, if I was any more self-conscious or insecure than I already am, this would just be like, it would not work, like it could not happen.
Yeah, it'd rip you apart.
Yeah. But yeah, so I did the same basic thing, But what I did is I don't delete them or anything, but I mark them as actually I don't mark. I just filter them into their own thing, into their own directory automatically. So they don't hit my inbox. I have to go and specifically look for them, and then I can find out everything that I need and torture myself in this way or that way. So yeah,
it's kind of funny, like avoiding numbers and analytics for mental health when numbers and analytics are the showing health of your job and how it's doing. It's like, how do I ignore these metrics that make me feel terrible while also needing to know these metrics so I know if I need to find a job somewhere else or not?
Right. Let's see if I can do this. This is very specific, and I don't wanna, do myself harm, but I think that should be okay. Sorry. I know I'm talking cryptically. I'm just trying to make sure I don't
Cryptic all you want, King.
just trying to not dox myself or anything. But you can just see, like, in these it's like, here's what you did, here's what you did, here's what you did, and then every now and then you get, great stream, here's your report, keep at it, and you're like, well, there goes my day, like, that's not the good thing, that's not what you're looking for, hey, good grind.
Oh god, I love that email line. Look at the little kawaii face in the middle, and then peak viewers minus 75%. Great job.
Great job, and you're like, wonderful, this is good, yeah, in comparison to your previous stream, peak viewers 443 minus 75%. So it's just, again, like, it's not necessarily, it's not their fault or anything like that, but you end up, I think the longer you do this, the more you realize, like, that information in front of you is not ideal. Like, you can review it at the end of the month, you can, even, so usually for me it's like, oh, it feels like I've had a slow week. Let me see if I actually have, at which point I'll just ruin my day for the day, or maybe I might be doing better than it is instead of wondering. But you can't follow it day in and day out. Sometimes
I think monthly is a lot easier to absorb as well too. Like, looking back at like the monthly analytic section on Twitch and seeing, like, here's your average viewership
Sure.
and your revenue and all that kind of stuff. I feel like it's a little bit easier to resolve because also you kind of already know Twitch is unique in the
I just saw your careers in shambles. Sorry. Anyway, go on.
It's like Twitch is unique in that you kind of already know based on your chat if it's going to be good or bad at the end of the month, so it's a little bit easier to absorb instead of dealing with that result every day. That's why I find, like, people who post about their X out of 10 on YouTube whenever they post a video must have, like, iron will when it comes to their ability to absorb this kind of information. I'm like, I wouldn't be able to handle getting a report on my video like every single day and reading into all the analytics like without break. I'm like, just give me a weekly report or like a monthly report at that, and I'll assess like for the next time. Because that way also it's like, I think in this job, it's nice to make yourself a game plan for an extended period of time. So every day doesn't feel so volatile. Like at the beginning of a month, like it doesn't have to be the beginning of a month, but like for the next 3 to 5, 6 weeks, I'm going to do this. And I'm going to try this with my channel, whether it's like I'm going to stream nothing but Minecraft or I'm going to try to incorporate these new games. And when this is done, I'm going to assess how that was. Unless there's like some giant pushback in the middle of it where I need to assess it right at that point. Like, I'll look at my analytics when I'm done with this little thing, see how it worked out, and go from there. If it's good, we continue. If not, we reevaluate and plan out for the next couple of weeks. And it kind of allows a bit more of like, okay, so maybe when this period is done, I can take a couple of days off. Like I'm already planning that for the future. I can take a couple of days off and then be like, okay, let's try out a different game plan. So that's where like looking at a monthly analytic, I feel like is nicer than looking at analytics every single day, feeling like you need to panic over what the next day is going to hold, like grouping them into greater projects. I don't know if you feel the same way or maybe if that would help, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that. And yeah, there's certainly a wider view is better. And I mean, I think that's ultimately just the point is there's all the information to look at it with a microscope, and in my opinion, you'll drive yourself insane. Like, there's some people out there that can do that day in and day out, but it's like, for me also, like, I find Twitch analytics, like, again, obviously the numbers are going to ultimately be whether you get paid or not, and you know, they do matter, but I don't find that Twitch analytics, it drills down to a point that's like, I really think beyond like, oh, I shouldn't be playing this game or something. Like, there's not a whole lot of insight other than, gee whiz, to get. Like, YouTube goes a bit further because there you're trying to play the algorithm, you're trying to, you know, figure out your keywords and your SEO and like all those different pieces. But Twitch is kind of like, you know, are people enjoying the game you're doing, and are they enjoying you? And that's about what you can get from it. But they break down like all these different pieces. You know, here's the hourly breakdown and where you were, and it's like, I don't remember what the fuck I was doing at 4 hours and 37 minutes in that made it to where 20 people left. Like, you know, like I can't imagine going like drilling, like looking at I lost, you know, 4% viewership here. We should go and look and, oh yeah, I took a bathroom break. I need to not do that as much. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think there's that much actionable stuff. It's just shit that you can get yourself worked up over in it, you know? And maybe I'm wrong there, but, and I'm sure there's people that strongly disagree, but I've seen people really try and do the, you know, I went live at 7 p.m. instead of 6 p.m., and I really felt like I saw, you know, around a 13% increase there, so I'm going to try that again next Friday. Like, it's not the way for me to go, man.
I feel like Twitch analytics are mostly there for sponsorships, or at least that's kind of how it feels like. I'm like, I won't be looking at really any of this unless I'm trying to convince someone to sponsor me. Otherwise, this information to me is mostly pointless. Like, there's a few key critical analytics that will help me grow my channel and understand where I'm at. But all these other, like, the peak chatting per minute type of thing, or like that whole flow, I'm like, I don't need to know this in number terms and compare this to previous streams. It's just not needed.
Yeah. I mean, I guess maybe if you're doing talk shows.
Oh my
and
god,
stuff like
who is that?
This is Buffy. I guess if you're doing like talk show or something like that, then maybe at that point, you know, what questions were getting more engagement or stuff, like, you know. But again, I agree that it's more like it's for the sponsorship based stuff. And that was one thing that was kind of cool and funny is when I was looking for a standing desk, I reached out to the company that I worked with, and you know, and they were like, yeah, no, like your numbers look pretty good. You know, we'd be happy to put you on our standard deal. And I was like, well, about that. See, I have quite a big setup. And your standard thing is like for the 5-foot desks, and I that's not gonna work for me. I need a much bigger desk, and so I'm gonna need the largest one. I understand, you know, like I'd be willing to pay the difference. I get that you have your program and stuff, and they're like, well, let's see your demographics and make a decision. And at that point, I was like, this is where things work well in my favor, because I don't so much cater to, you know, the younger audience as much as I am that, you know, slightly mature but mostly immature 18 to 25 or 30 age group, which is your primary demographic for sponsors. So
the ones that could afford to buy your product.
And so I
my viewers have money of their own.
I printed out my demos. I was like, here's where I'm at. And they're like, yes, sir. We can sign you right up, sir. No problem, sir. And I was like, thank you. I appreciate that. Stream Elements keeps coming to me with like, hey, did you want to do raid? And I'm like, guys, I appreciate it, but we've done raid like 14 times. Like, there's no one left that wants to sign up for raid. I get it, but I don't have that much turnover. Like, you know, literally the last one, I tried to talk them out of it. I was like, I'll do it, but you're not going to get your numbers you're looking for from me, and I don't want that to be held against me because I usually turn in pretty good sponsorship numbers, but you've had me do this like 18 times. We'll do it. All right, I'll take your money. But
next day, HelloFresh here for
Yeah,
your
HelloFresh.
sixth offer of the last
Well,
3 months. Would you like to pitch some more
can't-
boxes?
The thing is I love HelloFresh. Like, it's, again, I turned down a lot
Yeah,
of
these
stuff.
aren't negative response. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not talking negatively
No,
on these
but
kinds of
it's-
things. It's just like the frequency can be funny sometimes.
Yeah, I've turned down a lot of stuff in games that it's kind of funny because then I see like mutuals that they're like, oh, I see you took that one. I didn't because I played it and I was like, this is a crap game. I'm not gonna try and get people to play it, you know. But like with HelloFresh, they've got 14 different subsidiaries, and so they're like, did you want to do every plate? All right, let's do every plate. We just did HelloFresh. Let's do. Did you want to do Evergreen or whatever? And I'm like, guys. Everyone who wants a box meal is getting one already. I can't sell
I don't understand.
anymore.
People need more food, right?
Like they're signed up or they've decided not to. But anyway, we've got a sponsored stream coming up, guys. So just letting you know. Anyway, you monster.
I'll be there.
Viewers went up. No, Buffy is one of my best. Buffy is absolutely a viewership tool, and that is not lost on me. She tries to make an appearance, not necessarily intentionally, but I understand. Like, I'm not opposed to shamelessly using Cutie. But also when I get into the house, I'll be able to add Beat Saber back in, and that was always a good, like, Minecraft combo breaker. I'd get people in for Minecraft, and then I'd be like, now let's do something cool. And we'd go to Beat Saber and have a good time.
Starting off with Minecraft, then bleeding into the other games. That's the play.
Yep, that's it exactly. So,
So all of this to say, you're trying to eat better, but
all of this to say that I don't like the cooldown on Dash.
all this to say, why the fuck do I need 12 wizard wands?
But yeah, so I'm trying to eat
Life
better.
is one giant problem in small bits and
It
pieces.
really is. You know, all things interrelate. I am trying to eat better, but it's been hard because part of me almost wants to go back to HelloFresh, but HelloFresh was like, I mean, they were always so optimistic. Like, they'd be like, oh yeah, you can whip this up 20 minutes, no problem. You have this done. And I'm like, yeah, if you're a professional chef, like, it takes me 20 minutes to cut the things and double check the instructions 18 times. Like, wait, how do I quarter potatoes again? Like, what did you? And so as a non-professional chef, it was like everything took me an hour to make. And I just hit a point where trying to pull an hour of my day every day to focus on food was just like, I don't want to cook again. And so that's where I started out eating better and doing that whole thing, and then degraded back down to now I'm on the opposite end where I'm like, I need to stop Grubhubbing crap because Grubhub doesn't deliver what I actually wanted to anyway. So that annoys me because it's like, I ordered these 3 things and you only brought me 2. And then they're like, yep, sorry. Okay, I guess I'll go fuck myself. Which literally is how
Here's $5.60 to your credit that will be available in 10 days when we mess up your order again.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, like, I obviously it doesn't exist, but I'm trying to figure out, like, is there some way that I can go and pick up food that tastes good, that isn't going to kill me, but they just hand it to me and I don't need to sit there and wait in some capacity beyond in a short line. And then nothing exists. And so then I just end up just being like, I guess it's Whataburger tonight. Okay. It's healthy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's tomatoes on there's tomatoes and lettuce and, like, you know, trans fats. There's some good trans fats anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with the fat transitioning. Do what they want to do. Like, live their lives. I don't care.
Congrats, you know? Like,
Why am I? I'm not judging
happy
them over
for
that.
you.
Yeah. Just pop off, King.
Christ alive. MSG, yeah, good for you.
I mean, the whole MSG thing, actually, MSG isn't nearly as bad for you as we were led to believe. Like, that is
true.
That was one of those, like, you know, some of you might be too young to remember, but there was a whole period where they had decided that eggs were like the bad cholesterol, and eggs were bad. We need to remove eggs from everything. And no, the eggs were fine. That was racism. I don't know if it's entirely I mean, I'm sure that there was some systemic racism, but I think that was more just there was a lot of bad health that kind of came out in the 80s when we were like starting to kind of understand stuff, but not really figuring it all out. Hadn't figured out all the plays. And probably in another 20 years or 30 years, we're gonna look back and be like, you know, those 2020s, they were starting to come out with house stuff, but they really didn't actually know what the fuck they were talking about. So it's always a moving target. But yeah, eggs went down a hole. Eggs are really bad. Milk was the wonder liquid for a long time when it's not, you know, like. And the horrible thing about that is
milk mustaches on every athlete that you looked up to as a kid.
Milk, it does a body good. You know, you eat.
That was a really good selling. Like, that was wonderful.
When
Good
when you look back and realize like your childhood impressions were advertising themes, you know, like that was the American Dairy Association with a really
we're conditioned to that, bro. Fucking cereal every morning, like that's the shit.
Yeah.
You know, like. Get us while we're young, you know. Add some added sugar into our baby meals, the like little baby jars of Gerber food or whatever. Get us started at a young age.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, it's like they figured it out. I mean, and it's kind of the same thing. It's like one of the biggest heists in the world that you can think of is the sugar industry convincing everybody that it was fats that were making them sick and unhealthy as opposed to sugars. And, then we eventually start to realize, maybe it's this whole other thing that we haven't been thinking of. But
the idea that fats are good for you still blows my mind. Like, I've known it for a long time, but like just saying it out loud after having grown up in that leaves a weird taste in my mouth. Like, yeah, no, fats are a healthy thing. Like, there's good fats to have. You need them in your diet. Like I just learned a year ago that they were talking about trans fats. There are actually good kinds. Like, not all of them are, like, I was conditioned, like, avoid them at all costs. Not all of them are, like, all of them are bad for you. And it's like, no, actually, some are perfectly fine to ingest. It's only partially hydrogenated oils. If that's in the ingredient list, then those are bad trans fats to ingest. Everything else is typically fine. Even from, like, processed meat usually is okay for you.
Yeah. Well, that's also, I mean, it's like, you know, there's also good cholesterol. There's HDL and LDL, you know, and like there's cholesterol that actually helps you lower your cholesterol. Like think that one through.
For example.
Yeah. So like anyway, it's always a moving target, and I'm sure, again, I think that things will change, you know, in 20 more years when we'll be talking about how, remember the days that we thought that almonds were good? Oh my God, what were we thinking, you know? And then at some point
Don't say that about my almonds. Don't bring that in.
No, don't bring that evil
I'm
to
on
the
an
world.
almond kick right now, dude. I want to know that I'm dying yet.
Come here. I actually really like almond milk. Like, I realize the whole, how do you milk an almond? Like, I get that. But almond milk, not that bad.
It's a good question, to be fair.
It really is a good question, but it also is pretty tasty. Although it's fine. But, yeah, sorry about your almonds. You'll find out when you're, you know, later that it's like, oh, that's why I'm dying. But
they can break that at the same time as they do microplastics, and I'll happily be on my deathbed saying, damn, those almonds tasted really good.
Those almonds were so good. You know what? You know what's really filled me up and kept me going most of these years? All those microplastics. They filled in a hole that I didn't know I had. All right, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. No. Talk to your dog. It's fine.
I was just like, do you need to go outside? You probably need to go outside. You seem a little rambunctious.
How'd you both give a deadpan stare at the same exact time? You both just looked at each other. Nope, dog just wants to look at you. Nope, no, didn't work.
All right. Listen, the hard part is like holding her to where she's visible is kind of unnatural, so that's why she's always like scrambling. Because it's like normally I can just hold her, and if I just have her like this, then she is like good to go. But in order for when I'm sitting, for her to be visible, I have to have her basically like sitting on my chest, like on my pecs, and she's like, "What the fuck am I doing up here?" You know, like she's like, "Wait, this ain't right."
Does your dog have any discomfort around electronics? I'm assuming no.
No, she doesn't care.
Okay.
She does not mind at all. And she loves, so what she likes to do is come in here with me and then sit behind my green screen, because it's like my green screen is like 400 feet tall. And so it's up to the ceiling, but then it drapes and rolls at the bottom. And in my
No
head...
wonder your house is taking so long to get finished.
in my head, you just grab some safety pins and you just pin it up at the bottom, and it hangs just perfect. And let me tell you, that never plays out that way. But she likes to go back behind there and then sit in that, which will very frequently it'll get caught on her fur, and so I'll have like a corner of my my green screen pulled to the side, and I won't even realize because she'll have just got in, and then I look up and everybody's doing Buffy emotes at me, and I'll look back and I'm like, God damn it, dog. But
That's great.
Have you had a dog that's been electronic sensitive? I've never had, like, none of mine have ever been like, oh God, keep me away from the computer.
Yeah, I had a dog for a few years that was very much like you point a camera, phone, anything like that, and they will shy their face away from you, type of thing. And
Oh,
it was
yeah.
odd because I'm like, I don't think that you fully understand what this is, but I just kind of brought it down to like, there must be some sound that I can't perceive that is genuinely bothering them that other non-electronic things wouldn't. Like, otherwise, I genuinely don't know why this new thing that I brought into my home that you absolutely do not know is electronic is causing you grief when other things just absolutely don't in any way.
Well, I mean, I guess phrasing it like that makes me change my answer, because my previous dog, which was very, very timid, like anytime you'd point a camera, phone, or anything at it, but that's because she interprets it as an eye, and she doesn't want to hold eye contact. So she would always look away because she thinks it's she doesn't know what it is, but it's something looking at her, and she's trying to not be aggressive, and so she'd always divert her gaze and not glance at it, because again, she doesn't know what it is, but it's something looking at her with an vague eye-shaped type circle. So she's like, don't, evil thing, I don't know. So it could have.
That's interesting. Actually, I never thought about like a camera lens having that similar form to it.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah, I don't know.
I look thin at this angle. Trust me, if I was sideways, I don't look thin. I'm not bad. I'm just, but I'm gonna let
Damn,
Buffy
actually,
out.
I'm looking kind of good. Never mind.
Damn. Well, I haven't been eating for a while, so that's been helping. But let me let Buffy out, and I'll be right back.
Sure. I took personal insult to the almond conversation because I just got some dark chocolate almond candy that I'm 100% gonna go get right now and bring back. On today's episode of Why Chocolate is Good for You. Bean flavored nut juice? Sounds delicious.
So what's what is the big event going on in your life right now? What are you looking forward to, or working towards, or pining for, or whatnot?
Do I have to pay for this therapy session?
Nope. It's not about therapy, it's about interest.
No, that's fair. I guess I just I had someone ask or tell me to go enjoy my bean flavored nut juice, referring to almond milk and dark chocolate, and then it's like, so what are your ambitions you're currently working on most in life? And I'm, oh,
Yeah, I wasn't part of the bean juice gang, so I'm sorry.
I should have been here. It was great.
Oh, okay.
I mean, kind of just trying to stay working out on a similar thing, like kick a good diet habit into play, like continue that for the most part. I guess adjusting to being independent for the most part, which has been kind of nice in a sense. So, yeah, just waking up every day trying to function to some degree.
That's you know, I mean, that can be challenging at times, and especially rebuilding after things change and, you know, life changes and that sort of thing. I
feel like I'm kind of giving you my most basic form of answer right now, but I guess like
well, I mean, it's
I'm
one, I'm putting you on the spot. Two, you're in front of, you know, a bunch of people you don't care. Even if you would answer to me, you might not want to answer to them. So I get that too. Like, I'm not gonna be like, tell me more, explain yourself in front of all these people. Like, you know, like whatever you feel like.
Spill your deepest
and whatever you
secrets
feel
to me.
like saying, you know, like speak your truth. But you know, there's no expectation of like, you know, no, I need more. So.
No, I guess actually, I'm trying to get back into music because I've been off it for quite a few years since moving out. Consequently, moving out gave me less time to pursue hobbies. But now I don't have much going on, so now I'm trying to kind of incorporate like all those things I was talking about, like eating well, staying active, working consistently, while also pursuing hobbies on top of it too. I recently, I hooked up my guitar to my computer using my mixer, and I found out the whole world of amp simulators, which are basically just computer amp sims, where you can just program like an entire amp on your computer with like pedals and like keyboard MIDI controls and everything like that, and it's like a whole setup. And I'm probably selling my amp after finding out about these, like how good they are. So that's been fun, just like trying to get back into instruments, because I played guitar. I got into it in high school for band class when I was trying to find an instrument that I liked, because after growing up on like the violin and piano, I love the piano. The violin was a few lost years for me, but I tried to find an instrument that I really enjoyed, and the guitar kind of struck out to me alongside drums. And my high school teacher was like, yeah, you should try out the electric guitar. So I played that for a couple of years and really liked it. Then moved out and stopped playing it. So now I'm like trying to basically relearn it over from scratch, which is incredibly daunting, given that like it feels weird that I've owned a guitar for this long and still need to practice like basic chords. Because, you know, because I've just lost all of that movement ability in my left hand and just being able to remember all that from memory. So
Sure.
but that's been nice. I guess like trying to get back into hobbies and stuff, music wise specifically.
Music has always been my art in terms of like what, you know, what I responded to, what I enjoyed and cared about. So I'm jealous of that ability and such. It's something that's like, on the one hand, I know, you know, you're never too old to learn and that sort of thing, but it's really hard as an adult to sit down and pick something up and like, you know what I mean? Like, even though I want to find the discipline and the ability to sit there and push through that and really get to what I'm looking for is very, very difficult. So I've been trying to kind of pick up piano. I really want to learn guitar, but I don't think I'll ever get there. I also always manage to find obstacles to put in my way and things to not intentionally, but still, like, you know, whether lazy or what have you, to somehow manage to not get there. So it's always really cool to me and impressive when someone has that ability and gets to enjoy that. So
I agree with you.
that's cool to me. I love
How long have you been messing around with the piano for?
I mean, I've told the story, but like I've tried to learn several times, and now I'm just kind of like, as weird as it is, like almost passively self-taught. I was making good. I got I think Simply Piano or whatever on my iPad. I got a MIDI hookup, so it's like it can tell what notes I'm playing, and I went through the lessons really well and picked. I am a exceptional typist. You know, I mean, you and I are both about on par there, like, which puts us well ahead of most, without wanting to be arrogant or brag. Like, we're above average in terms of typing.
I see that, yeah.
And you know, there's some correlation, not perfectly, but some. And I learn things fairly well most of the time. and I did really well up until it got to the point where it removed the structure and made it more freeform. Basically, it's like, you know, I learned C position, F position, and then D position, and then after that, it's like you got to kind of just move around because you've got 8 octaves to, you know, to choose between and whatnot. And as soon as it went to like you just got to kind of figure your position out, that it was unstructured enough that I just could not like it was almost a hard stop. Like I would just get frustrated and couldn't continue. And I mean, I want to try again, but I haven't had, you know, with the move and everything, I haven't had my piano set up here. So hopefully I get back to where I at least have it available and can practice to what I have and can do. But yeah, the whole, like, you know, learn this rigid style. Okay, now expand it, now forget all of that and just do what you're going to do. And it was like, what? You know? I mean, because that's not how it actually plays out. It's not just do what you want to do. It's like you need to kind of just figure out based off the notes and stuff. You're supposed to be over here, and I never followed that well. So, but piano's been something that I've always really taken to, and like it's always been kind of what I consider my favorite instrument. And the stuff that I have written and have done, I usually base pretty strongly off of piano. But as I kind of got into a little bit more of some of my favorite band, and Cocoa Beans, son of a bitch.
Favorite band being
Pink Floyd.
oh, right on. Okay.
And the guitar playing there and what was going on, then that kind of made me like really start taking more and more interest in guitar and like Slash and you know, Sweet Child of Mine, and just I realized that, like, you know, a good strong guitar riff can take me places as well. And so
Isn't it beautiful how that works?
it really
That
is.
just, you know, the bands that you like can influence your wanting to learn instruments, and that kind of kickstarts things. And yeah, I love everything about that.
One of the interesting things, again, for me is like, I say it's my art because it's like you can put me in front of fine art, and intellectually, every part of me knows that there are people that can do the same thing, that looking at this art piece, this fine art, and feel or be moved or do whatever the same way that I am moved and taken with music, but I don't feel a thing. Like there's never been a picture on a wall that I have been drawn to, that I have taken meaning from, that I have looked at and felt like an emotion has been evoked by this picture, you know, and or painting or drawing or whatever. And again, that's I don't know if I'd call it a failing of me, but it's not my art and it doesn't speak to me. But music, like, it takes me places, you know, and I go for adventures. And one of the things that I really enjoy is, and I think it'd be cool, again, I never get an opportunity to, but it's like I hear a song and I can frame out a music video for it, basically, and in my head, like, I know exactly like what's happening in this moment and how this would portray and what should be, you know, the camera's pulling back here and here's what we're showing and saying that correlates to this particular moment in this song, or
That's cool.
you know. And I actually did a thing a while back where I played a song I was really into on stream, and I kind of spoke through the opening framing of how, like, as the song was playing for the first minute and a half or so, I spoke through what you'd be seeing and how it was framing, and it was kind of, I don't know, people seemed to think it was a pretty cool experience, and they thought it was neat and how I was laying it out and stuff.
I think so too. It's almost like you're bringing out like a director's self in you, of like being able to interpret music in a certain way where you can actually put it into a canvas.
Well, that's like, you know, I mean, like, you think of, I'd assume you're familiar with Comfortably Numb and the guitar solo in that. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, during the, you know, some of the climactic wailing of that solo, like, the whole buildup of that solo and stuff is, to me, like, again, it evokes a storm and someone getting swept up somehow in basically it's a river of emotion, and it's pushing you aside. And so as the guitar's like hitting you, it's the pounding against the sides of the river, and you know, like, you're kind of being swept away by everything because you're overwhelmed. It like, I'm briefly touching on stuff that obviously you would make much more concrete, but it's like I get very specific ideas of how I would convey the emotion of what's being felt in this song in a directorial format or cinematic format. Never gonna go anywhere or ever actually be able to do that, but it's kind of, you know, again, it's just to go along with music is my jam. And so at any rate, as I've kind of learned that, and as I've kind of expanded out a little bit further, then I've been much more in the camp of like, you know, guitar would be really cool. And you know, part of me is like, how cool would it be? I've seen videos where someone does the, you know, me playing violin for the first time for the first 365 days, and they record themselves practicing every day, and they do a compilation that's, you know, 5 or 10 minutes long of them, you know, like doing that. And it's like, it's really awesome to see the growth, right? Like, that's really cool. But it's also a matter, you know, I don't have the discipline to do that, but it'd be really cool to kind of think of like doing something like that on stream, where it's like, guys, every day at this time, I'm going to be live. We'll be there. I'm not answering chat. I'm just practicing. If you want to show up, great. If you don't, fine. And then I think that'd be horrible for analytics. You know, like I second guess everything to where I would never do that. But that I think it'd be cool to pick that, to be able to do that and kind of have that growth shared, that sort of thing. Alternatively, I also think it'd be really cool to be like kind of learn in private, not say anything, and then just like one day bust out some, you know, Sweet Child of Mine
out some songs
on some
stream.
fucking stream. Like, all right, guys, let's do it. You know, like. And it was like, you know, and at that point I'd be like, you know, you made FedEx your panties too, you know, like
I know you're all feeling a lot of emotion, believe me, I am too. I had a stream a couple of days ago where I was like, yeah, sorry I was late, I was hooking up my guitar and everything, I was just talking about how I was back into it or whatever, I was showing my guitar off and I was very clear, I'm like, just letting this out here now, I'm not going to play anything no matter how much you ask me to. I still need to learn chords, and you better believe I'm not embarrassing myself on stream right now. If you want to hear me play the guitar, give me at least 6 months of learning in private, and then we can discuss
then
stream
we can
content.
Talk. Yeah, and
the concept of doing it live on stream and evolving like that outside of the pressure does sound really cool. And I mean, to be honest, in your case, you know, like you already do karaoke a good fair bit. I think you do actually have like some audience that would really enjoy that if you were to want to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, the weirdos. Fucking strange-os, but...
Call me what I am, Zine. Call me what I am.
I don't know. What are you?
A weirdo.
Oh, all right. But no, that's the other
piece
to it.
What am I doing here?
That's the other piece to it, though, is it's like, I hate looking like an idiot on stream. I am so jealous. One of the types of people that I am most envious of are those who have that unshakable self-confidence to where they can be utterly ridiculous and just not care. To where they are, you know, they show up on stream wearing a maid outfit and a pink wig and not even be phased. Like, I don't have that. I don't consider myself extremely insecure. I go through phases, and it's been a tougher time lately, which you know, we kind of from what we talked about earlier. But in general, I'm pretty settled and pretty okay. But I cannot just like be like, yeah, I'm gonna suck at this, and I'm okay at that in front of you, and I don't care. I'm gonna get better, and I'm gonna work on it, and you know, we'll improve. Like, yeah. So that is also a pretty big hang up on the whole, you know, here, let's learn together. You know, the fact that I can't bring myself to learn in front of people. Like, I don't like playing Factorio on stream as much as fun of a game as it is, because the time that it takes for my brain to grok like this is what I need to be doing here is embarrassing to me, because I know there's other people that are like, you just need to do that there. And I'm like, I'm still working on it. You just need to do that. Why don't you just do that? Or I set it up and they're like, that's not efficient. You need to do this. And I'm like, I'll just build another one. They're like, that's not efficient either. Now you're over. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, I don't want to do the math. Like, and it's just me being stupid and not willing to commit, like, or taking time to think. And even if it's not being stupid, but it's just being human and you know, having different skills or whatever, but it's like that portraying that weakness is very difficult for me, that vulnerability. When I
that's like one of the most difficult parts is like during that process where sometimes you naturally need to be like, guys, I just need to stare at this for 45 minutes and not think at all. Like you have that little bit of burnout in the middle of that creativity boiling up where it's like, I need to not talk, not explain anything, not build anything. I just need to stare at what I'm looking at for a long duration of time. I don't really want to do this on stream right now.
Well, that's like
Because like if I was just doing this in person, I would just be, I'd just step away from my computer for a second, or I just wouldn't, like I need a mental break for a moment before I continue.
Yeah, like it makes me think of like in Minecraft, modern Minecraft, like one of the earliest experiences people have of me was in Mayanite. And probably not that many people around even really remember it, but it was like I went and I was better at mods than other people who were more who I was helping. Or at least I was willing to put the time into making them better, is probably the better phrase. And so over the, from one day to the next, I wasn't live during that. I was a behind the scenes person, but I took someone's base and I reworked it to where from their cobbled together system to a fairly intelligent and compact setup. And that became kind of an expectation of people, is that I'd be able to do that. And it's like, I did that offline over the course of like 3 hours, putting stuff and then going, no, like adjust it, like, and so the next time that I'm there and now I'm live and people are like, well, just put it together. And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, I can't just put this together. I've got to build it 47 different times going, okay, nope, that's not working. And until I finally land on what the right series of events in pieces are. And like, I feel like I'm revealing something that's like, and I'm not meeting people's expectations. They're like, oh, I guess this guy's human after all. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
It's a vulnerability.
Yeah.
Like you are completely vulnerable, and people are seeing you like while you're struggling. And it's like, I don't want to broadcast that if I don't have to.
Exactly. And that's been a hard part with karaoke as well. Is when I first started, it was like. I had had an ex that was like, basically like, oh, I hate it when you sing to me. Like you sing all the time. You've always and you don't have the voice for it. And I was like, okay, I'm just a bad singer. Blah blah.
She didn't fucking deserve you, King.
And then I had a friend that was Blue Actor who's around, and he was like, Twitch Sings was the thing, and he was like, you should come do it, come on. And he's a very excitable person, and he was a really good singer, and he basically built enough FOMO that I was like, and so like literally the first time that I did Twitch Sings, I would turn off my camera because I couldn't be seen. And then back then I actually had a audio interface that could do live auto tuning. Not well, but it could do it. And so I'd like basically have like my voice just like completely electronified, like, and so it's like I'm kind of there, but I'm mostly not, sort of thing. And doing that over time, it slowly became more comfortable to me, where it's like I'd kind of dropped off the auto tuning stuff and just was able to kind of I'd learned what songs I could do well enough that I'd make it through. And then eventually I just was like, yeah, I'm just not going to turn the camera off. It's fine. And hopefully people are okay. But even still, it's like,
that's cool.
I'm not professionally trained. I'm trying to learn. I'm taking lessons now, but it's like pretty much every night I'm going to land on my ass in some note or another, especially where I tend to really be drawn to fun poppy songs, which are almost all tenor, and I'm a baritone. So it's like they're all slightly out of my range. And so I'm forcing myself into these songs that don't completely fit me, but are fun and whatnot. But at some point, I'm going to fall on my face, and you bet your ass that there isn't a night that I don't walk away from that feeling like an idiot because of this note that was in that third song where I went for it and I didn't get there. And regardless of whatever songs I did before or after that were fine or not, I like that vulnerability that, yes, I'm not perfect, and here let me show you in exquisitely auditorily painfully detail that I am not. That's still rough to me to this day.
I could hear. I think you were referencing like a specific thing when you were talking about that.
No, like I mean, a specific thing is just like when it's not a specific like moment as much as it's just something that happens every time. There's always some time when I go to try and hit this note and I can literally feel the physics of my head where something's supposed to open or move or something and it doesn't, and so I go instead of hitting the note, and as short as it is, I think to myself like, wow, someone who hasn't seen me, who's like, all right, I'll give this guy okay, he doesn't know what he's doing, and click off, like that's every time.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's been an adventure to pick up that music and to bring that vulnerability and kind of open up to it a little bit, but still, it's still tough for me, is really what it comes to the whole tie-in there just being that, learning an instrument on stream, very, very difficult, and it took me a long time to get to where I can do the karaoke. And kind of like I told you, and in a way it's genuine, and in a way it's like I'm at the weird point where it's like I want people to hear me, but I also like am mortified to find out they did, in terms of like peers. Like you're like, oh yeah, I've listened. I'm like, oh, that's great. But it's like
I didn't know you were here.
Yeah. Like I'll be doing something and you'll type and I'm like, oh, he's here. So anyway, we're gonna calm down and go back to normal. Like not saying you specifically, but it's like that's how it kind of feels. It's the same way. Like I got a text maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe even a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter. From my niece, who was like, "Hey, we're watching," and I'm like, "Great, good to know."
No.
Real people in real life, my family watching me right now. That's wonderful. I'm like. I love them taking interest and to come down and be like, oh yeah, we were watching, it was cool, but to know they're there right now, like that's like that's like stage fright for me. It's
yeah, stage fright's a good way of putting it. Yeah, because otherwise you don't really have to worry about people talking about it in the sense of like, oh yeah, I was there, you did great. It's like,
yeah,
I would rather this entire thing be anonymous and it stay that way.
Yeah, it was a really weird thing when I had my corporate job. It was kind of towards the end, but I ended up going to the corporate headquarters over in Indiana and got approached by a number of people, and it turned out that like basically I had been shared around the entire corporate HQ without me knowing that, like my streams and stuff. So I was like, oh, saw that you were doing this thing. That was interesting. And I'm like, this is fucking wonderful.
Hello,
like,
invasion of privacy.
Hello, worlds colliding. Like, okay, also reminds me of the like kind of same idea of where the one time that I had someone recognize me in public, and which was cool in and of itself. Like I have no problem, but they recognized me while I was at lunch with my coworkers from my corporate job. At the corporate business park lunch area. So I am in full, like, not zine mode, like my regular persona, and they're like, hey, are you Zine? And I'm like, and my coworkers' eyes just light up like Christmas has come early because they know that they're going to just be able to give me all sorts of shit. That, the number of times that they showed up later and they were like, oh, are you Zine? And I'm like, shut up, these are literally my employees that I can hire and fire, and I'm like, oh God. But
those moments are the ones that stick with you, though. I'll never forget when it was high school for me, and this was around the time when being a YouTuber, or just like the concept of it, was incredibly weird and strange. Like if you did it, you were a weirdo. And I remember I started getting into posted videos online, and I told my best friend, I'm like, we will not speak about this to anyone at school at any point. This stays between us in our blood. And like a best friend would, he told other people about it. Not in like a bad way, but like, it just kind of happened in that regard. And I remember sitting at lunch, and I was across from this girl who was in our friend group. I was like not exactly close friends with, not friends with, but on that level kind of thing. We knew of each other. We hung out every once in a while. And I remember he was like whispering it to her, and I will never forget the eye contact that she made with me, like coming from his eyes to mine of like, what?
Wait, what?
Like,
what?
And at that moment, I'm like, I think I'm done with this. I think any opportunity I had of pursuing this as a career, I would rather hide in shame. Because it's like, yeah, like I'll do it to like anonymous people online, but as soon as someone confronts me about it in real life, I'm like, I didn't really plan for that being a part of this.
This was not part of the factors. Yeah. Particularly, I mean, like for me, again, my humor's a little bit crass and playful and whatnot. And so it's like, oh, you were watching last night, Mom. Cool. Yeah, what parts did you see? Was it when I made
all of it, honey. I was there from the notification. You were great.
Was it when I made the boob joke the first time or the 400th time?
Or maybe when I locked my fingers together and made an ooh voice to the person who was watching. Like, did you catch that as well? What were your opinions?
Mr. Pete, man, I stole a jungle brick from you. Hopefully that's okay.
You're gonna return that jungle brick to me in tenfold? You're gonna come deliver that on my doorstep on your knees begging for forgiveness?
You went from cute uwu to like Jersey. Like, you're gonna show up and return that tenfold, or else you're gonna find yourself without some kneecaps.
I think that's a little more interpretation on your end than what I was getting at, but we can agree to disagree.
All right. Unless you were saying something about how I was gonna show up on my knees and pay you back, but
Your interpretation was the possibility of a life ending. My interpretation was the beginning of what could be life being born. So whole different avenue.
All right, fair enough. Hey, at least I got a new botany set up for Coco now, so we've got that going for us, which is nice.
Happy to help.
Cause yeah, I was like, I'm gonna go get some jungle wood, and then I had this thought of like, fucking dash doesn't work. I'm gonna go steal one from Pete. If I could
I do think the one good thing about the ability change was that the first level of dash now says distance 0.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck that means.
I was talking like, because I mentioned that to Wu-Tax when I was like, what the fuck, distance 1 like is what, and he's like, that's not right, and he's like, it's supposed to be, and he started, I don't know how hard he tried, but it seemed like he started to try and explain what that was supposed to encapsulate, and I was like, those are words. I don't know how they line up in that position, in that order, and mean something, but those are certainly words. Like,
I just kind of assume that they're just arbitrary values. Like, this is a magnitude of 1. What value? The value of 1.
The value of 1. But yeah, if I could dash around and fly, then that'd be one thing. But my expectation, to be honest, is I really expect them to fucking fix that. Like,
I think gauging from the feedback and conversations I've had, I think they're going to be reverting a lot of what they've done. Like, I think there were a lot of changes that have been made to the season so far. They're like, we'd rather you just tough this one out. I think my judgment is I think this one's going to be pushed back pretty largely, I'd say.
It didn't seem the most,
at least on the ability side.
Yeah, like, again, I mean, just really for me, it's the heal and the dash but it's the you can't even use dash to like fly using the elytra as like, it's one of the best things about dash. That one was mind-boggling to me. That it was like, why would you take that away? So we'll see how it goes. There's no guarantees, guys. We don't know what they're doing, but I kind of expect.
Have you tried unlocking Angel for moving around then?
Oh, yeah. Let me
Seems like it would fit your playstyle perfectly.
Let me get right on that. Actually, I'd much rather have dash than working than Angel, because dash is a hell of a lot faster than just creative flight, unless there's like a speed up. But
Angel 2, you are now in spectator mode.
Speed 9.
Good for trolling.
But at any rate, yeah, I was just like, I don't really feel like going and trying to explore for biomes while walking.
Yeah, I've always liked how accessible mobility is in Vault Hunters, like in the overworld at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it's like, and I've mentioned, I think probably you ended up saying it too, but I know Jordan and I, when we've been doing modded stuff, have been, in our modded series, we're like, I just tried to dash, like, I'm just trying to move around, like, it's a convenient, useful thing. Let's kill it.
I agree. I agree.
Make your fireworks farms kings. Okay. Why do you hate?
Just make fireworks instead.
Just fireworks, peepo head. I don't actually know BTTB stuff, so I'm just I'm just trying to be cool at this point. Is that right? No, I think that was right. I think it was right. Five head? Right? Yeah, five head. Yeah, five head. Yeah, there you go. Peepo head.
It's like you defaulted to 2, just like, here's a prefix and a suffix. This will work fine. Let me just put this
I mean,
together.
honestly, if I hadn't have said anything, most people would have just rolled with it. Let's be honest. They'd be like, I don't know what that one is, but oh well. It's not about what you say, it's how you say it, you know?
Sorry, I'm not gonna let you get off that one. Listen, Twitch emote lingo is the last, like, tying thing I have into being, at least, like, fitting into this, you know, things on the internet and feeling like I'm a part of something in that regard. I already go on, like, Twitter pages and see all these memes that are here, and I'm like, okay, I understand this is a meme. I don't understand where you're getting this from, though. So, like, Twitch speak is the part that I'm latching onto the most.
Fair enough.
I'm actually gonna look up on 7TV and find out if there is a peepo head emote.
Now I want an emote that's the giant forehead, like big brain, but peepo head. And I need a big brain emote and I'll name it peepo head. And it'll be great, and everyone will be happy. 13 honeycomb. No one can yell at me. My bells are still there. I do have game sounds entirely muted from that computer, but the bells are up.
I found that I've enjoyed playing games almost muted more lately than playing them with audio, and I'm not really sure why.
It really
Something about it is just nice.
It really, really depends very heavily for me on the in-game sound and stuff. But there's games that people are like, "Oh, I love the soundtrack for that game. It hits and slap," and I'm like, "All right." Like, I don't know. Maybe I've just gone. Maybe I'm just thinking I don't even know where to begin. But just I've heard I guess I'm agreeing to a point. There's some that I really do get behind and enjoy, but usually it's like I like the dynamics more of my own music than like a lot of them have kind of gone that, oh, we've got 8 different tracks that all basically sound the same, only different, you know? I don't know. I'm thinking of like Valheim and even Skyrim to a point and stuff where it's like they have good songs, but it's like most of the time it's just the same kind of slightly different feel. But I mean, the song's different, but it's the feel, the texture of the song is the same. So that you're just like, yep, it's much more of this, you know? But maybe that's just me.
I get you on that. I was thinking more of just like the game sounds more so than anything else. I've been actually really falling into a lot of
game
video
sounds,
game OSTs lately.
I'm like sound effects nearly all the way down. It's like it bothers me when it's completely gone. Like I don't like it completely muted, but it's like I don't need shit clanging and bouncing and banging in my. Maybe I'm just getting old, you know. Again, maybe that's just like, you know, you can't turn that
Or maybe
down.
the clangs are doing you in for once, and you're just realizing tonight.
No, not those clangs. Those clangs are perfect. I would never complain about those clangs.
All right. Okay. We'll see how that holds up in a month.
I mean, I can do it like I'm doing it right now for quite a while.
Terraria.
Terraria's music slaps.
No. That wasn't why I was laughing.
Okay.
Terraria music is incredible.
Yeah.
I think this person's referencing a joke in my stream that I pointed out yesterday where I've started playing, like, I have been doing a lot of video game OST music in the background for my streams, and I've added a good few songs from Terraria.
You have
into
Terraria
there.
play. I remember I've actually been in your chat and been like, is this Terraria playing?
Yeah, no, but it's great because with Terraria specifically, whenever a song comes on, there is always at least one person that will just say the word Terraria. That's it. There's no like other explanation or emphasis on it. It's just someone says the word Terraria whenever a song comes on, and I adore that.
I get you.
But no, Terraria's music is incredible. I am with you on that. Haven't played Terraria yet, but the OST is fantastic.
You haven't played Terraria?
Mm-mm.
That'd be a fun pickup for you, I think.
Zine, how do I start getting into games when I don't feel like I have time?
You
This goes back to what we were talking
you
about.
said-
I'm like, how do I incorporate other games into my stream?
But you also said earlier that now that you have more time or you're not doing as much, so...
Well, exactly, because now I'm trying to pick up, like, hobbies, you know, like, not on the computer.
Well,
but then it's
then-
like, well, what if I just want to do stuff on the computer?
Then do stuff on the computer. Do what you like, you know, whatever makes you happy. You don't have to, like, I'm not saying you have to play Terraria. You would enjoy it, I think. Like, I think it'd be a game you could enjoy. But that doesn't mean that there aren't things you wouldn't enjoy more, and you get to choose. That's your choice.
I want to do all of them.
Okay, well, there you can cause yourself some angst and some problems.
No.
Oh!
Let me do all of them.
Okay, you can do all of them.
Yay.
That was like you were basically H-Bomb right there, just so you know. Like that was very H of you just then. So, if I can jar bees, can I get bees from someone else's stack o' bees? Is there a way for me to get bees from a stack o' bees? Or is
I
it
haven't messed around with the mob terrariums, so I don't know if you can eject a mob from a...
You haven't done the vanilla mob things?
No, kind of when it was introduced, I already was in a Kajirian for the most part. The only thing I'm going to get started on it is the turtle stuff, now that they changed it to where you can actually pull turtle eggs from them.
Uh-huh.
Because otherwise, it's not really an easy way to farm turtle eggs.
It doesn't look like there's a way to get them back, and I think that's probably by design. They probably are like, no, we don't want you to one person to breed them and then just hand them out. You got to go find them. So
You want to just yoink a bee or two from someone else just to get yours started?
I mean, that was kind of the idea, yeah. Because
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
fly around to look for bees. If
got
I was
I've got a
mobile,
couple
I'd
bees.
be happy to go out and get my fucking bees. But no, I'm not mobile. You know why I'm not mobile? I don't want to talk about it.
Oh.
But I can certainly
I
go.
sometimes have a hard time being mobile as well. It just depends on the time of day, usually. and-
Yeah, no. Sometimes it's just harder to walk, right?
yeah.
But I can certainly. What do I need to collect bees or honeycomb from the bee stuff? Can I just smack with my hand, or I need to take something? Because I can certainly go steal some from Kara.
shears. You gotta shear honeycomb to get the, or nest to get the honeycomb. And then you could maybe bring a campfire as well too to smoke bomb them so they don't get angry at you.
Well, I don't think that applies to the vault jar stuff.
Oh, you're talking about that stuff.
Yeah.
In that case, I don't know.
Shield impedes animal extraction. Breed Kara's free. Wait, Kara has free range bees. So you're saying that Kara's giving out freebies? Wait, I got you. Here you are. The wrong height for when I'm standing.
The eyes and the chin. That's all we need.
Yep. Anyway,
You look great, King.
just more of me. Just me everywhere. Here you go. All right, guys, we're playing Minecraft today. So
Good stream intro.
are you planning on going live tonight, or are you just kind of taking a chill night?
I've yet to decide if I want to go live for the 10 p.m. U.S. squad or not.
If you go live, you know you're going until like 4 a.m., 5. It's what you do.
Yeah, it just kind of... Hey, guys, it's pretty late. Kind of tired. Short stream. Oh, 9-hour uptime. This is fine and fun and fair.
This is exactly what I was looking for. How do I have no flowers? I can't go get flowers because I don't have... I don't suppose you can breed bees with sunflowers.
I don't know.
I doubt it. Hello, 10 p.m. squad. Shout out if you're there. You can. Any flower works? That's nice. That'll work. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're taking a nice chill night and enjoying yourself, and I appreciate you spending it with me. I've enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Vice versa. I'm happy to
I mean, I'm not,
have you around, chat with you.
I'm not necessarily like, I'm leaving. I'm just, saying, just so you know, I've enjoyed.
No, I heard the grunt of
finality.
relief when sitting down after standing for a while. I felt that in my legs.
Listen, the standing desk is still a work in progress in terms of getting it to where my legs don't go numb, okay?
As long as you don't lock them. I guess also it's like a adjustment phase in yourself. When you're tired, you want to lock your legs, and it's like, no, I can't do that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter like how active I am unless I've like made a huge life change or whatever. I usually can't stay standing for longer than maybe an hour at a time. Otherwise, I'm just like, guys, I gotta sit down. I can't stand this long.
Yeah. I remember like when I had a job as like just a host in at a restaurant, like the first 2 weeks it was just like Tylenol, like, oh god, my legs. But eventually they get there, and I keep thinking, yeah, that'll happen pretty soon, and then I realize that it won't ever happen because instead of hitting that point, I go, hey, I can just push this button and have myself a nice little seat right here. And that's much more comfortable. Where are Kara's free-range bees? They're probably all dead. Minecraft bees have a tendency to, kill themselves.
Kill themselves, yeah.
It's a bad habit. Wouldn't recommend. Over by the PP. What the fuck is the PP? Oh my god, her name's. Although I love the MILF, but I don't know which one's the PP. Oh yeah, look at
that would be the Portal Palace.
Oh hey, here's one. Oh, look at the bees. Hello, bees. So in theory... Oh my god, I'm a moron. I didn't bring my jar. I put my jar down. I've got a jar of dirt. As I recall, you can keep putting more into an animal jar, but once you put it in the pen, then it goes away. I'm trying to remember how all this works. It's been a minute.
I'm not your guy on this.
I know. I'm just talking to talk, okay?
Okay, all right. Sorry for inserting myself.
You're always welcome. You have my you have my consent. Okay, all right. That's just mean spirited right there.
Wait, no, it's not.
Wow. Okay.
That's not
It's
what I meant.
gaping
It was
in here.
inviting.
What's going
It was
on?
hospitable, not with the.
Jesus, bro.
Oh, Zin, that's not what I meant. I need to leave.
Oddly spacious.
All right, I'm gonna go
I think there's
forever
room
now.
for me to bring my
Goodbye.
car in here. You get the jar back with the animal. You can stack them in one jar, but you can't split them. Yeah, so I can just go get 2 in a jar and then drop the jar off, and then I can breed it from there, I believe. Oh my god, I'm so. This whole thing where I like the automatic refill seems really cool, except now I'm having to forcibly train myself to not use one of the slots that are like my normal go-to of like swap shit around slots. And
Or it puts it in your inventory.
yeah,
Again.
so I'm like, here, let me move that out of the way, and it's like bloop, and I'm like, son of a bitch, I got another one.
It never gets better.
Oh, good.
2 months of hell for me doesn't get better.
All right, I have stolen 2 bees, or wait, are those not 2
To
bees?
be or not to be.
Sorry, beat you to it.
That is the bee.
Come on, BB. Here, I'll even give her extra BBs. Maybe that's not a good idea because she won't have enough space in her hives for it, but that's a problem for some other time. I just stole it. I borrowed it. No, I stole it. Yeah. Okay, so now what do I breed these with? Probably, more flowers.
Probably flowers.
Flowers would make sense. Hey, you know those flowers that you literally just bred the bees with? Hey, you breed the bees with flowers. I'm smart at other things. How quickly can I, though? That's the... Okay. Okay, cool. Now I got 3 bees. Poppies work? I actually don't have... I have more... As weird as this is, I have many more sunflowers than I do poppies. That's right, many more. I want at least 32 bees. Well, I've got 3 right now. Is that it's probably not quite enough.
I did love the change. Only being able to shear 4 stacks of wool at a time, because people were shearing 10,000 sheep at once and crashing a server on login.
Abe crash the server? Yeah.
Did Abe do that?
I thought it was Abe.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe-
I heard
maybe-
stories of
maybe it
people
was just
doing that on
someone
other
on-
servers where they would just log on, shear sheep, kill the server, and not log on again.
Oopsie daisy. I don't think they solved my problem, my oopsie on it though. I don't really feel like
That being
testing. I think you were there. I was eating. My health was down, so I was eating some of my golden carrots, and I turned and accidentally clicked my carrots on my pigs, and just my stack of golden carrots was like zoop. I was like, okay, bye. I miss you already because I'm still hungry. But
I was there for that.
it was a moment that will live in infamy. Probably not infamy. It's probably just already passed, actually. But all right, well, now I got 4, so I think next time I feed it should be 6.
It's pretty peepo head math of you, Zin.
Why? Listen,
What?
I just wanted to be cool for once in my life, and I couldn't make
Oh,
it.
come on. It's a bit that'll last until the end of the stream, and they'll never be spoken of again.
That's true. Or will it, Peepo Head?
Peepo. Peepo head.
Peepo Head. Is Pete not live and just vibing? As far as I'm aware, that's for him to answer, not me.
Zine speaks for me. I don't speak for myself.
Man, I felt bad. Like, you should. Oh, I guess go ahead and speak for me. I'm like, I'm sorry. I was just wanted him to stop bothering you. I didn't mean. Okay. Shutting up.
I mean, good. I expect an apology. Like, God, you know?
God, such an asshole all the time. It's a bad habit of mine. Dicketry.
I spoke for my friend when he should have spoken for himself. Am I the asshole? YTA, NCA?
Well, if you're at honestly, if you're at am I the asshole, then yes, you're the asshole. Like no one shows up there without being the asshole. It just I've been reading that long enough to know, like, am I the asshole? Yes, you are. Yes.
Guys, I punched someone in the face, but they kind of really deserved it.
Am I
What do you guys think about that? You know, like,
the last one that I remember was like, am I the asshole for not going to my Christmas party because I told my mother-in-law that I had specific dietary expectations and things that I can and cannot eat, and she wasn't willing to accommodate me and invited me to bring my own instead? Yeah, you're the entitled asshole. Like, fucking just, she said bring your food. Like, if you need something, bring your food. What do you mean? I shouldn't have. She was the one putting it, and I was like, People.
I feel like it's a good embodiment of a lot of people are here to give entertainment to others. I think that's where that subreddit shines. Oh yeah, an unfortunate situation. Well, at least we got to laugh at it a little bit, you know? Like,
at least we got to laugh at it a little bit. Well, the other thing is, I mean, then there's the question of, like, how much of that's actually real? And probably not that much.
This is fake.
Oh my god, it's
Fake.
so fake.
You didn't go anywhere on holidays. I don't believe you. Fake.
Fake. That's there's also the subreddit of, like, was it like nothing ever happens, which is just, you know, now the the meta of anytime someone's like, yeah, like that happened. It's like, yep, nope, nothing ever happens. Like, it's obviously it's just an internet ruse. No one ever does anything. Hi, Yoey. Thank you for the 28 months, by the way. Chip, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Simple X, thank you for the follow. Defcon with a gifted sub to Blatantly Stupid. Deo Boys and Zenstar, thank you for the follows. You were drawn to guitars because of Sweet Child of Mine, and the one song is what ended up making me want to learn guitar. It took me 2 years, but I got the point of playing that one song. That is kind of part of what I want to do. Like, I'd love to do that. So you like playing guitar, and you were talking about how you found all these, what would the probably like software amps that you could swap between.
You can call them an ass, and that's kind of like how I like to refer to it, even though I don't think anyone on the internet refers it to it in that sense. Amp simulator software.
Okay.
It's an ass. But usually they're just amp sims. But
Right.
you know, extend a little bit further, you got an ass. You were saying?
No, so it's interesting because it's like a lot of my audio equipment I've specifically like tried because I've heard a lot of problems in artifacting and people that have to let me restart Banana Tube or whatever the fuck it is, and
A voice meter potato.
yeah, voice meter banana whatever,
Banana
and
tube.
and they end up having all these. So I actually like most of my audio equipment. I try and stay analog. Like I have an actual, or at least hardware. I have an actual hardware compressor and expander, and it works really well. And I try not to, my vocal effects, as limited as they are, they're a pedal with not just software based, and. So it's kind of interesting that, you're talking about like, oh yeah, I had the hardware, but now I'm finding that I can do all this stuff in software. And it's like, it's an interesting kind of juxtaposition because it's like the dynamics and the broadness of what you get by having the software and all the different things you can try. But I feel like you get at least in a very specific sense or a very specific requirement, I feel like the hardware versions are still going to perform typically better than the synthesized version of it.
I think there's a really cool thing in being able to download stuff or like give things a try, right?
Like a car?
All the things that an amp sim can do is just, you download a car.
sorry.
You wouldn't download a car.
You wouldn't download a car? Sorry, my bad.
You wouldn't download
my brain,
an amp.
My brain was like, bing! Anyway.
I respect the reflex. Sometimes like when people are talking, I'm like, God, I have an itch to say this thing, but I don't want to. So I respect the interruption. I will give that one a pass. No, I'm very much on like I adore hardware to no end. I hate software with a burning passion. It is the devil of computing. It is just awful, and I hate dealing with it. However, I've been working with like hardware and those kind of things for a while, and I'm just now getting into software and realizing like, oh my God, there are substitutions for like so many pieces of hardware that you can just do on the computer, right? Like before, for like my microphone setup specifically, I have, like a microphone going into XLR, that goes into a preamp and processor, that goes into my mixer, and then that's the whole solution. Now I've been working with like VST plugins and stuff through my mixer and different software and programs and plugins and stuff to further alter my voice and everything. It's like, I didn't really know all of this world existed, and it's incredibly cool to me. So same thing with like amp sims. I got my guitar with line in going into my mixer, and then I have that going through some amp sims, and that gives the better sound. And it's like, this is a really cool world. Like the fact that I can download, because I picked up one, goes by the name of Neural DSP, and they're an entire studio basically that has a bunch of different plugins and standalone programs for amplifiers that you can download. A lot of them are based off of different artists and people who work with tones, instrumentalists, those kinds of things. So they're all different sounds with different presets, and it's like, it's really cool, that I'm not just limited to one amplifier that I want to go and buy a Guitar Center, and that's the piece of audio equipment that I have to work with. Now it's like I can get tens of thousands of different presets and things off of what I thought was limited just to hardware, and I think that's really cool. Also for the idea of if I ever did want to stream it, it's like, oh, I can do all this on my computer, and that translates directly to like live broadcasting, and that's just It's a very cool world that I'm diving into, not knowing that any of these existed other than like a week ago.
No, I think that's really cool, and like it reminds me that I need to like change my perception to some extent, because it's like I can go on and my interest in music, not my ability, but my interest is so far as like I actually on YouTube, like there's some YouTubers that they talk about how they create songs, they talk about different things that go to, like I watch music creation videos on YouTube of them composing and building pieces and talking about the parts and the theories and stuff, and I really enjoy that. And they've got themselves a very, obviously it's computer integrated, but they also have a very significant, like, keyboard to go with it, and it's tied into everything, and it sounds beautiful. And they'll download like different sample libraries and be like, I'm gonna try this orchestration, and talk about, oh, listen, the staccato on this one is really, really good, but this one's a little bit more, and I'm just like, it all sounds really good. But they're composing and sounding like they're doing amazing stuff and it's all pretty much software. It's all just synth and libraries and stuff. And yet, like, the point being, in my head, I'm still like, I look down on software, and it's because I've got, friends and people that also that are running out of their potatoes, like, banana voice meter software, beans, whatever, and it,
the vegetable program,
and it breaks every 10 minutes on them while they're trying to get it to do stuff. And then they come in and like, and I'm like, oh my God, software sucks. And I need to like clarify in my brain that it's like, hey, you get good software and good hardware. Clearly, it's going to be great, and there's people doing great stuff. I need to stop comparing that against the people that are like, yeah, no, I'm just, I've got my potato that I'm running everything off of, and hopefully I upgrade from my a 870 card and can get things running a little bit better. And it's a slightly different world between doing it right versus doing it on the cheap. And anyway, point being is, like, you're talking about how great it is, and I'm like, my expectations are wrong in how I'm seeing this, because clearly there is a whole line of you can do great with it, and I've been put off by it because of these very, if you forgive me,
how often software doesn't work, kind of thing.
Amateurish implementations,
Fair.
And I'm not even trying to say voice meter's bad. I think it's more like people on, not even necessarily low end, but like overtaxing their computer, because where that shit dies is when you run out of CPU and it's trying to process signal, and people don't realize that DSPs take a lot of processor, and it's not going to sound too good if in the middle of it it's like, all right, on this on-demand sound and revocalization, I need to, what do you mean I need to wait? Hold up. I kind of need that now. I'm making a sound. Okay, I guess I'll go in the meantime, So
yeah. I definitely had moments of feeling that too, because when I downloaded Voicemail for the first time, probably a couple of years ago, I don't think as many people use it. It was probably still a good few, but documentation was extremely limited in comparison to the documentation that's out there now. So if I had any issue with like crackling sounds and I couldn't figure out, like, okay, is my buffer size wrong? Is there a latency issue? Like, is my computer just not good enough? There's no information on it. I'm like, I just want to download hardware. I just want to like go out to the store and like buy a like physical mixer that I don't have to use software for to handle this, because like this is way too frustrating to have to deal with all these issues. Like, I just want it to work, but I don't know. Like, software is so wonderful when it does work, and it astounds me how good computers really can be.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked, like, my career was software development, and particularly my focus was in UI design and user experience and user interface. And so, like, there's so many things that's like, man, if this was done right, this would be amazing. And this is so not done right. Like, oh my God, guys, come on. But yeah, I've been working in computers for so long that when people are like, "Hey, what's a good computer for me to build?" and stuff like that, I get questions, that sort of thing, and I don't mind answering, but I always try and set expectations with them. Like, look, you need to understand one thing before we go into this conversation, and that is that I don't care about getting an extra 3% performance out of my computer. I want it to be rock solid. I want it to never crash, to not die. Like, sometimes it happens. You're never going to be 100%, but I'm not looking for one that I got to finagle all the time and sit there and fight or tweak or, like, I want it to just work. And so if you're saying, hey, I've got $500, can you build me a computer? No, I cannot. It is possible. There are plenty of ways to do it. I do not do that anymore. I went through that phase. I've moved past it. I just want stability. So, like what you get is very much defined by your budget. I get that. I am not your go-to guide for a computer on the cheap because I want to pay to have it be solid, But like kind of going back to what you were saying, just if it gets done right, there's just so much cool stuff you can make with it and so much fun you can have with it. And then it locks up and then you're just like, I want to throw this computer out the window.
Yeah, I had a while where Voicemeeter, because, dual PC setup or whatever, if I would restart my computer, and I never figured it out, but like in some certain unknown way, if my computer restarted, it would mess up like the signal between VBAN, so it would just be a crackly audio, and restarting like the program wouldn't work. So it eventually got to a point where I'm like, if I can get it working and just never turn my computer off, then there will never be any issues. Like if it stays running all the time, is that good for the computer?
Yes.
Maybe not exactly.
Better.
But if it all works, then I don't have to worry about instability, and that feels nice. So I just didn't turn off my computers because I'm like, if it works and it's good and I can hop on right after I am done with my morning routine and start working and I don't have to finagle with anything, sign me up. That's all I need.
So allow me to clarify something if you don't know. It is better for your computer to stay on than it is for it to be turned off and on.
Isn't there like a frequency with that though? Like you don't want to turn it on and off too often?
No, it just literally, like, I mean, obviously, this is assuming that you have proper cooling so that it's not overheating. And you can certainly say that, turning it off is better for the longevity of the fan bearings. But in terms of the electronics themselves, it is much easier on them to maintain voltage than it is to drop and gain voltage. There's a spike when you turn it on. There's a drop when it, like, the voltage fluctuations from turning it on and turning it off are significantly more impactful to the electronic circuitry than just being on and running. So, in terms of, again, just think of a server farm, right? Like shit does go wrong, but a server farm, as long as it's in a proper environment, then at least cooled, then they just run and run and run and run, and that's great for them. It's much better for them than the powering on and powering off. There's no the computer doesn't get tired, like really what happens to it is either the circuits get overheated or else there's a voltage surge of some sort that causes it to overheat. Like, I mean, it all comes back to basically, you did something and broke the internal wiring. So yeah, I leave my camera on, I leave my computers on. You
leave your camera on.
I do.
You have a DSLR or a mirrorless?
Mirrorless, not DSLR.
Okay.
I would never leave a DSLR on. That's way too hot.
I was like, I don't even know if a DSLR would let you leave it on for that long.
Now the camera one, I can't really argue. Like that one, it doesn't seem to be generating too much heat, and so it's like I don't know as much about cameras. I definitely know about the DSLR is. DSLR in general, just it's what everybody thinks of as like the nice camera. Mirrorless for our application is what we want. It is the better camera because DSLR is designed to be turned on, take pictures, and turned off. Where mirrorless it generates a lot less heat and so therefore can run much longer. But yeah, I kind of have done that. Like I've had it long enough to where I don't want anything to happen to it. I've gotten my value out of it to where it's like I'm not. If it fails, I'm not going to be like, son of a bitch, I should have, oh my God, what, you know what I mean? It'll be like, well, this is what a lifetime I got out of it, and we'll try one, and that's fine. I've had it for several years. I've gotten my value out of it, so, it's a that one is kind of a more, I don't know if risky is the right question, but a bigger unknown. But yeah, for my computers and stuff like that, like I turn them off if I have to, or if I'm like leaving out of town for multiple days, then I'll turn them off, and then I'll actually kill the power to either the strips or whatever, so that they're fully disconnected. But otherwise, I just leave them on.
I also do the same. Yeah, it's like a little bit of peace of mind that like nothing electronic can go wrong and start a fire or anything like that while I'm not home.
Sleep mode is an interesting one. I don't know as much on that, on how the voltage fluctuations. I do know that sleep mode, when it goes to if your hard disk is spinning down and spinning up, that can actually be a little bit tough on it. Not to say, again, that it's going to kill it. Like, obviously, we're talking in terms of turning off on and off is what a computer does. So we're talking in terms of like getting hyper longevity out of them, and you know, maximizing life, not just using it. You're not going to break your computer by using it, you know. So I want to I'm clarifying that to some people in chat more than like I'm not trying to preach at you or Tage, but yeah, again, you think of like a spinning disc. The most stress, and the same thing goes with your vehicles, it's much less stress on a vehicle or a spinning disc to continue maintaining itself than it is to spin up, or you know, in the vehicle's case, more than the spinning disc than to slow down. Both the acceleration and deceleration are much harder on it than just maintenance, and so in terms of energy output, in terms of all those different things. So having a disc that goes to sleep, for one, I always get annoyed at the slow wind up. Like, that was back in the days when you hit the mouse and it'd be like 2 or 3 seconds later, you'd hear, and then suddenly the computer comes back. But that was always annoying to me anyway. But also, it's like, how much power do you really think you're saving on a tiny disc, you know, sort of thing? I mean, it's some, it's not nothing, but it ain't much.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah. But again, I'm very, my perceptions are very colored by, I worked in server environments, and I built server PCs, and I built machines that needed to run and have, you know, 5 nines worth of uptime, and so I'm not fully in the pulse of a consumer level. Like, at the very least, I do prosumer on computer level stuff, if not just full server level. Have I ever heard of baking video cards to fix them because the constant turning it off and off would cause the solder joints to crack and fail over time? I've heard of it. It might work, but I don't think that, like, you'd have to have a very, very specific type of break that you can very, very specifically manage to just slightly moltenize at a very specific temperature the solder to where it reconnect. Like, it's a very, very niche problem that maybe it works. And at that point, why the fuck not try it if it's broken? But do I think that that's going to be the fix? Probably not. But it might, you know?
Has ever heard of baking a video card before?
Well, I mean, I haven't heard specifically of baking a video card either, but the idea of the ideas are sound in that, you know, part of the problem, and this is also, again, something that is alleviated by not turning it on and off, is while there's no moving parts, you do have metal expansion. So you have the contacts that heat up and cool down, and so that's movement within the card. So eventually it can lead to brittleness or breaking of the contacts, right? And again, leaving the computer running, you don't encounter that issue. But so the theory stands true of, if you have a situation where everything's working right, but you just have a solder connection that's managed to break because of this, to where it's really close but not quite touching, and you heat it up just right in just the right places to where you don't harm anything else, you don't cause solder to wander to any other places, you don't cause other things to break, then maybe you could get it to reconnect and then it'd cool down and be better. It's possible.
Interesting.
Probably not. That was an old practice that really shouldn't be. Kilroy knows even more than I do, but yeah, it's like it's not. PCs are really efficient under low load. Oh yeah, under low load, yes. Sorry, I thought you were just saying the PCs are really efficient these days. And I was like, at max load they gobble power. Like holy shit. Between my computer and my my AC wall unit, which granted, you know, the AC unit was pulling a fair amount of amps itself, but it was enough to send my kilowatt beeping like you were exceeding 15 amps out of this one wall socket. Warning,
Yeah.
warning. And so yeah, the at load they pull some serious power, but at idle, yeah, they've gotten pretty efficient.
That kind of brings me to like anytime someone looks at my computer and it's like, dang, you're still running a 1080. It's like, you looking to buy any new cars? And I'm like, I can't do that unless I want to completely redo the electrical wiring in my office. Like, I am scared of pulling more wattage from my computers.
That's one
with any of these upgrades.
Have you ever thrown a kilowatt on them just to see where you're at?
I haven't, no, but I've like
They're
I've
vaguely
ran
interesting,
other things.
you know. Yeah.
It could be, yeah.
I
I've
mean,
just
like-
ran other things in my house sometimes, and it's cut the power, and I'm like, you know, I'm probably pushing close enough to where I shouldn't be throwing any more at this.
Oh, right.
I
Depends
know that
on
generally
whether they're on
PCs
the
don't
same
pull
circuit
a
or
lot
not,
of power.
right?
Yeah. I know generally PCs don't pull a lot of power. Like, even at load, it's not that bad compared to, like, full home appliances, right? But
Sure.
I don't know. The idea of sucking more power out of the wall just seems a bit like, I'd prefer not to do that as long as everything's working fine for me. 30% less FPS or whatever the performance difference would be is fine if I don't got to worry about blowing my wall socket off.
Right. Yeah, like I mean, and that's one of it's clearly overdone, but with the studio setups that I've been doing, the last one and I got in this one as well, like I tell the electrician, I'm like, I realize pulling the lower gauge wire is a little bit obnoxious, but I want two 20 amp circuits in this room and not shared with other rooms. Like, you know, like I want power. I do not want to flip a breaker in here. So
Yeah.
I have the room split in half. They're like nowhere at, you know, no one else in the other, turning on a vacuum in the other side of the house isn't going to bother me. And or a microwave or all of the above. And I have 20 amps on each side, and God help me if I ever pull more than 40 amps at one time. Like, at that point, I'm just burning down the house, right? Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. My home is very much like in this downstairs office that I've got, I have 4 outlets, 2 on one side of the wall, 2 on the other side of the wall, and those 2 on one side of the wall are hooked up to a different circuit than the 2 behind me. So it's like if the power goes out of my computer, 2 of the lights behind me will still be okay. If something goes on in the kitchen, then like one of my lamps still might work and the hallway will be fine, but if my computer's overheat, then like the living room goes out, and I don't know enough about electrical engineering and how everything's set up exactly to understand why that's the case or why things are wired as they are. I don't know, but yeah, I'm just kind of cautious about the power that I pull for my...
It's always to save money. Like, I mean, you know, you want to think like there's a lot, but just the more that I've dealt with house building, it's always like, what's the cheapest thing we can do and have it meet code? Perfect. Let's do that. Like, it's always the more we can daisy chain together, and you know, they're like, okay, this light's supposed to pull this much, this outlet we estimate is on average, you know, like average amounts, and they say, okay, we can fit 5 on this one and 2 lights, and then they daisy chain that together and call it good. Like, it's because every breaker costs more, every circuit includes a run to and from, so they just, you know, minimize as much as they can, which I can't blame them, but it's not what you're looking for when you're like, I want some juice, please. That said, at least both in Utah and here, like most local codes, you know, built to current code, there's a lot of power in the house. Like they do, you know, it's like there's an outlet every 6 feet, and you know the electricity usage has only gone up and up and up. So they found that, you know, turns out houses burn down a lot less when you have more circuits with less load on each circuit than when you have fewer circuits with more load on them, right? It seems to cause less fire. And so the modern construction, you get a lot more power or a lot fewer items per circuit and a lot more generalized circuits than you did in the past.
It's a good pitch to hook up a kilowatt to it, though, just to see, like, what kind of power I am using out of my computer, especially under load.
I
Like,
spent
how much wiggle room I really do have.
I spent $30 on it in 98, 99, somewhere in there, and have just kicked around with it. And the vast majority of my life, it's been completely and utterly uninteresting. But there's been 2 or 3 points where I've been glad to be able to look. You know, like it's one of those things. It's like you can leave it on, you can throw it in a corner. It doesn't have to be much, but sometimes it's just nice to know where you're at. That's all, you know. And I have no investment one way or the other. I'm just saying that it was kind of cool to be able to see, like, okay, here's where my computer's at. Okay, with my AC set to this point, it does exceed this arbitrary line, so I need to make sure I move some stuff over here and change stuff around, and I was able to kind of make sure I fit comfortably into where I'm at. D4 Games, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think I might do that.
Going out to Serenity Uwu,
I'm
Nickel26.
gonna pick one of those up. Do you think
Tuna?
just like getting one from Amazon would probably
Not
be
another
fine? Do
Lucy?
you have one that you recommend?
I think it's just literally called
like any kind.
It's like called a kilowatt, and all you're looking for is to see how many amps you're pulling. Really, like the ones that I had, it actually has an alarm in it that, from what I can tell, you can't turn off at 15 amps, which was annoying because it was a 20 amp circuit. But I don't like. I mean, really, it's like all you're looking for is to see how much power is being pulled. There's a whole bunch of other features they can come on there of, you know, let me calculate your watts and like. If you want that, if you're an electrical engineer and you want to know those numbers, great, then get that. But for me, I'd be like $30, says how many amps, good to go, kind of thing. And yeah, I would just buy off Amazon. But I literally buy everything off Amazon. Not literally, but figuratively mostly.
I'll look into that.
You do you, King.
I will.
All right, my friend, I'm gonna wrap up.
Okay.
But I thoroughly enjoyed chatting. Hopefully, chat enjoyed the podcast tonight as well. While I just worked on crystals and did my thingy thongies. How do I get eggs from this guy? Eggs ready. Grab using a bucket. But had fun, man, and looking forward to. I haven't announced anything other than something might be happening. Oh my God, there's eggs everywhere.
Yeah, those eggs are really all over the place, aren't they? Wow, they're we better clean those up.
Better clean those up. But looking forward to whatever might be in the future, you know?
Yeah, whatever the future holds for us.
Whatever.
All right, man.
So,
Pleasure as always. Have a great night, brother.
Talk to you later. Chat. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the podcast. And the chats. Sometimes you just gotta kind of chill and chat, right? So I hope you guys understand and didn't feel like, God, man, just get to the vaults already. If you did, I'm sorry. Sometimes it ain't that way, you know? We got 4 of our 5 crystals put back together, so we're moving forward on that. I don't know if I have the rotten flesh for this. I might have to go steal more from. Okay, I'm apparently gonna die from some sort of hiccup type thing. But I think we're good to finish this off and get our 5th before we go. Was that more cobble? A lot of cobble. At least that one wasn't that much. Glowstone. I don't know that I have a ton of glowstone. I don't know that I have a ton of everything. Pete talks about how he has his infrastructure, and he's like, hey, I've made it to where I can make 5,000 of these at any given time, and that's very impressive, and I can't. So, but I do have my little kelp farms here, so I get by with a little kelp for my friends. So this should be enough to resolve that little problem. Finish up this last crystal. Fallen Crater, thank you for the 6 months. Migmart with the 42 months. Again, Megalith, thank you for coming by. It was good to see you. Hopefully you're well. 16 months there. And Dark Fiend with a gifted sub to Ash Umbra. Congratulations, Ash. As well as a gifted sub to Harrogate. Congratulations, Dark Fiend. Thank you for both of those. And let's see. Kotcha with the 2 years. Wild 2 years. So thankful to finding you and the amazing community. I'm so thankful you found us as well. Thanks for being here, Kotcha. I appreciate you as always. Soft Lemur with a gifted sub to Jen Lennon. This was only 2 hours ago, so I'm right on top of things. Thank you, Soft Lemur. Nick, thank you again, as always, my friend. 7 with the gifted, or excuse me, with the resub for the 7 months. 7 for 7. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the 7 months. We had Becca Bax with the 11 months. Anonymous with the gifted sub to Based Jester. Britt Rose with the 2 months for the 16 months on the tier 2. Thank you so much, Britt Rose. Not only have we been together for 16 months, but now I'm ASM at work. That is also magical. Anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. Let me see, make sure I'm not missing anything. I don't think so. So, also magical. No, all space so, not also. At any rate, American Society for Microbiology. Awesome. So, words are hard. Shut up, Troy. I love you. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Have a good evening, and catch you with some more on the morrow. Bye.
You carry the world upon your shoulders.